Hey friends, my name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Welcome to the show! That was ripping around at Castle Crash. That'll be the next Tiny Loupe freestyle edit. I haven't really started it. I did first pass, which was to go through the like almost 40 batteries that I flew there. And what's happening over here? Of course I forgot something. Why not? Why remember things when you can forget them instead? That's better. Yeah, so I did the first pass and cut out like all the total garbage. Next step in my sort of workflow is to find music that works. So like while I'm doing that first pass, I'll leave Spotify going on random in my liked songs, and eventually a song will pop up that kind of fits. That happened once, and I used that song in the one edit that I put up, Mobile 6 2024, shredding at Castle Crash or wherever the hell it was, which went up on Saturday. I think there's maybe one or two other songs that I'm kind of digging for it, but I might keep looking. I don't know. Since it's analog footage, this like new wave of like 80s, 90s retro music fits pretty well. But I'm kind of saving a bunch of those songs for analog drift edits. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. This is what we're working on tonight. This is all of my NewBeeDrone stuff. And it's just been in a build bag in like the on deck circle, and it's time to kind of go through it and see what we got. It looks like there are 5 AIOs here. Some of these are backup AIOs for the tiny lifters, but at the same time I've got 2 tiny lifters, so one of them is sort of a backup in and of itself. And so, yeah, I don't need this many sort of backup setups. Looks like I've got a Hummingbird V3. This will more than likely get, let's take this Acro B AIO out of here. Well, actually it says right on it. Let's see. Hummingbird V3. Yeah. So this is probably going to get set up on this cockroach light. This is a very lightweight AIO. So I'm probably going to pair it with a light AF frame. And this is a set of 29,000 0702 NewBeeDrone motors, probably. Yeah, 29. Yeah, perfect. 0702 NewBeeDrone 0702 bearing, 29,000 kV motors. These actually make more power than the Happy Model 29,000s. Even though these are marked 29,000, they make the power of like a 32 or 33,000 kV 702. So this will probably be a ripper of a setup. And I think I'm going to sort of prioritize that. I think this is the first thing that we're going to work on. So I'm going to put that dead center. We'll go with a red goober canopy, and we'll have a cool red and white thing to match the logo. No? Screw you. That'll be super cool. And what else do we got? Get off of there. Get. All right, so I just got to put a BT 2.0 in there, and that's pretty much it. Plug some stuff in, and away we go. I've also got a version 2 Hummingbird, which is kind of interesting. I don't have any experience with this. Hold on, let me make sure that's what it is. It says in the back of the board. Yep, Hummingbird version 2. I have no experience with these, but I think they're ELRS, right? Anybody know that for a fact? The motors that this has are the 802 27,000s. It looks like the VTX is hooked up to the camera. Let's see what this weighs. It's on kind of a heavy frame here. If it's heavy, it's going to go into a 75 millimeter setup, so that it's got more cushion for the push. Wow, that is the fattest 65 millimeter rig of all time. 25.36 grams. Holy Christ, that is such a heavy 65. Oh my god. Yes, this frame is heavy. Yes, these motors are heavy, but this AIO camera external VTX canopy setup must also be heavy. So that's an easy decision. This is going to go into a 75 millimeter build. Perfect. So cool. I'll get to see what a Hummingbird V2 is like. This is a hand dyed Meteor 75 airframe from tinywhoop.com. That's why it's this really cool, like, royal blue color. And the motors in here, this is kind of funny. These are Hummingbird V3 0802. I think they're 27,000s, right? Nah, 25,000s. Which is the same as these motors that are on here. So it doesn't really matter which of these motors we go with. But these are already bolted down, so I'll probably leave these on it. And that's kind of funny. Hummingbird motors, V3 Hummingbird motors on a V2 Hummingbird. Very cool. So that we will probably knock out as well, because that should be a pretty quick pick it up out of the frame, unplug the motors, drop it into the other frame. It's not on BT 2.0. I'm going to have to change the pigtail over. But other than that, yeah, that should be fairly straightforward as well. Then I've got 3 Acro-B AIOs. I flew this not too long ago, and it was all right. The problem with this is so this is a 1S setup. With the NewBeeDrone 1102. I'm not sure what KV these motors are. Man, they write the KVs so small. 19,000 KV motors. These NewBeeDrone Acro-B AIOs will take 2S. This thing on 1S is like somewhat kind of acceptable, but the problem is every single time you crash, you have to take the walk. 1S just does not have enough power to push blades of grass out of the way. And that's super annoying. So screw it. We're going to put this onto 2S. these motors are probably about right. I'm gonna have to motor limit them down a little bit, but what's really cool about these NewBeeDrone frames is they give you these little TPU battery holders for the bottom, and they give you two different kinds. 1S with just a little hole for a 300 mAh battery, and 2S with two little holes for two little 300 mAh batteries. So we're going to use this one. We're going to switch it over to this one, get it on the 2S, and then and I'm going to run the little double BT 2.0 the double BT 2.0 connector, so that, yeah, we can run double 300s, and that'll be pretty awesome. I technically have those on here, but I cut them. The reason that I cut them is to run 450 mAh batteries. I just cut like the center part out, and then that has allowed me to just stuff a 400 mAh battery in there. I'm going to take these off of this 2.5-inch Mosquito frame, and I'm going to put them on this adorable little tiny boy 1.6-inch frame. Look at that little guy. So that I can run the bigger batteries on this. I'm going to need an angry set of motors for this, though. This is fat. Like, I'm realizing that one of the big problems with these carbon fiber ductless tiny whoop sized rigs is they get really heavy really fast. As an example, so this has this clears 1.6-inch props. I bet you we could put the 45 millimeter props on here, and it still looks like it'll clear. But just to give you an example, right? This is a fairly heavy plastic framed 75 millimeter rig because of the camera canopy external VTX setup. It's 28.5 grams. This is on 1102 motors, big ass motors. 28.5 grams. This guy on little 802s, good God, is 29.5 grams. So like way smaller motors on this, but it's still a gram heavier. That has also made me realize why these little carbon fiber builds fly like ass. Because they're heavy. They're too goddamn heavy. And then we go and we fly them outside, and that makes them feel even heavier, because outside you're flying really big, right? Like, if you were able to fly these inside, at least it would be like, all right, I'm in a small space, so the fact that the power to weight ratio is shit doesn't matter. But we don't do that. We go ripping around outside. And so, yeah. This is currently on 802 27,000 kV motors. 802 27,000. Oh, these are 1 millimeter shaft motors. Those 45 millimeter props are all 1.5 millimeter. I don't know what to do with this. The camera and canopy is a little bit heavy. Yeah, shit. I don't know what to do with this. 802 27,000. Yeah, I'm not sure. It really needs really powerful motors. But NewBeeDrone uses their specific plugs. I can't do a 702 on it because it's turning these big propellers. It needs, at minimum, an 802. Could do the NewBeeDrone 1102. What's the highest KV 1102 that NewBeeDrone sells? That NewBeeDrone makes. I'm also kind of trying to keep these all on NewBeeDrone stuff. Here we go, motors. And all right, so 1404, 702, 802. There's the motors it's on now, 802 27,000s. They're not terrible. but they're not enough. Here we go, 1102. All right, so there's 10,000 and there's 19,000. And 19,000 is nowhere near enough kV. You guys know all about that. We talk about that all the time. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go away from NewBeeDrone for motors for this thing to get any kind of performance out of it. Maybe Betaflight 1102 22,000s, and then put the big propellers on it, the big 45mm propellers on it. Check this out. So I think that's gonna be the deal here. The Betaflight Meteor 75 Pro has the 1102 22,000s on the big 45mm props, and this thing flies great, and this frame is really heavy. This build, oh yeah, that's what we're doing for sure. This build is 31.8 grams. So at 31.8 grams, this thing flies great with these motors and props. I can put these same motors and props onto this thing. It'll gain a little bit of weight, but it won't. I mean, it's at 29.4 now on 802s. It'll probably end up being about the same weight as that. That actually could be really cool. That could be really cool to have these two be roughly the same weight on the same motors with the same propellers, for a little head-to-head of ducts versus no ducts. Know what I'm saying? The bigger props will absolutely clear on this. This could probably clear 2-inch props, to be honest. But the 2-inch props are awful heavy. Cool. So that's what we'll do with this. And like I said, I'm gonna put the little battery holders on it that'll let it hold a 450 mAh battery. All right, good deal. This is probably not gonna get done tonight because I'm gonna need to find a set of those 1102 motors. I'm gonna need to desolder the leads from them, and I'm gonna need to solder on a set of the NewBeeDrone specific leads, unless I direct solder the motors, which is still a total pain in the ass. But I mean, it's not that bad. This would be a good candidate for direct soldered motors because it's not inside of a pain in the ass plastic frame. One of the things I hate the most about direct soldering motors on tiny whoops is you have to then push the motor itself in a lot of cases through small holes in the frame, and it's just a pain in the ass. Some motors won't fit. The motors will never fit with the props on, so you always have to take the props off. It just sucks. This is a carbon fiber frame. That's not an issue, right? Like, this is like a regular FPV build where you can just run the wires straight to the pads. So, and I'm going to be struggling for every bit of power I can get on this thing. So this would make an awful lot of sense to build as a, to direct solder this. I have a feeling that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, that's more than likely going to be the deal. Cool. We've got plans. In the chat, Crom was first, Dexter was second, Sebi D, Frank Nicholas, Andrew Taylor, Rockcrawler, Adam Weston, Douglas 6, Curtis Hayes, Kinetic, Doubles FPV, Professor Biohazard, Skull 901, Walter, Dave S, Brandon's Baked Beans, Florida Engineer, Yamasor. Who else do we have? Thrash FPV, Anonymous, SK1, Levitated FPV, Render, LOL the Kidson, JP Spin, Bob Bruce, and Zoe 101 Dog with a Blog. Cole Powers as well. What's up, friends? Thanks for hanging. New time, earlier time. I'm pretty sure that Joshua is done Monday nights at 8 o'clock, so I'm just moving in. Moving in on his time slot. If I see that he's going to be streaming on Monday, I might push that stream to 10 o'clock. because there's just no reason to have both of us streaming at the same time. But yeah, 8 o'clock now. I like this a lot because it's like Sunday at 3 for the European crowd, Monday night at 8 for East Coast US, Wednesday night at 10 for West Coast US, and then Friday at 7 for people that don't have dates. Sorry. If you want to talk to me in the chat, all you got to do is type CiottiFPV. If you do that, it'll light up an orange. You can also do a super chat if you want to get my attention and support the very difficult job of doing FPV as a full-time gig. The other thing you can do is jump over to CiottiFPV.com. There's a ton of different ways that you can support me over there. Patreon definitely helps me out the most. And it is dropping a little bit. So do me a favor, if you want to be on my Patreon and you have been on my Patreon in the past, check to make sure that they didn't not kick you off, but they changed their rules. It used to be auto renew all the time, and then they changed it so you get to pick. And when they did that, I think they defaulted everyone to not auto renew, because I've been steadily losing a lot of people. It could just be that FPV is shrinking a little bit. I don't know. But check it. Make sure you're still on there. And you could win another giveaway. 2 Mondays from now. There's an Etsy store that I've added a ton of really cool stuff to. And I'm going to be adding even more tomorrow. Look at this set of Wasp major motors on here. Lots of cool stuff. Go check it out. See if there's anything you need. Get a couple stickers, get some hardware, get some stuff to make your builds a little bit easier on you. I've got a Fiverr page where you can work one-on-one with me. I'll help you fly better, tune better, build better. Teespring, there's some fun shirts. Not like this one. This is one of my coveted shirts, actually. PayPal link if you want to do a super chat and support me, but you don't want YouTube to take 30%. If you do PayPal, make sure that you tag me in the chat and say, yo, Ciotti, check your email. And then a ton of different affiliate links. If you're ordering something on the internet, that website that you're about to order from probably has an affiliate program. Somebody you watch on YouTube probably is set up as an affiliate on that website. Do that person a favor, help them continue to make good content, and hit their affiliate link before you check out. Replace your bookmarks with these affiliate links. Replace your auto suggestions in your URL bar. If you just type AMA to go to Amazon, you can remove the current suggestions that you have when you type AMA, and then all you got to do is click my Amazon affiliate link a few times in a row, and your browser will think that when you type AMA, you want to go to my affiliate link. Amazon Get FPV, Pyro Drone, Race Day Quads, NewBeeDrone, We Bleed, Beta FPV, FPV Cycle, Oh My God, Brain 3D, HD0, Flywoo, Emacs, Banggood, Camera Butter, AliExpress. Those are all the different websites. Hook a brother up. That's free money, yo. Do it for somebody else if you don't do it for me. Dexter tagged me in the chat and said, what stack are you using on the 2.5-inch QAV Pro? It is a mishmash. I have very old electronics that won't die because, quite honestly, I don't fly them all that much. But yeah, the majority of my rigs have like a weird mishmash of like, in most cases they have Talon F7 flight controllers, which were made by CL Racing. I bought a whole shitload of those flight controllers when they were really cheap, and they last, and they hold up pretty well. So most of my rigs kind of across the board have those flight controllers in them. ESCs are all over the damn place. Over the years, when I see an ESC that's been like $30, $40, I've just snagged it and I just put it into a box. So yeah, the ESC situation is all over the goddamn place. If I had to guess, that rig maybe has like an iFlight. I don't even know what model it is, but yeah, the ESC situation is all over the place with most of my builds. I don't really have anything. I don't think I have any builds that are using electronics that you can currently buy. I think that every single build is on discontinued electronics. Because like every 6 months, you know, every manufacturer discontinues everything, comes out with a whole new line of stuff that's in a different color, that has a pad in a different position, and they say, "Oh my God! It's the greatest flight controller of all time! We moved the gyro! Ah! Give us your money!" And we do, because we're high on crack. Crack cocaine! Kinetic says, yo, what are your thoughts on the NewBeeDrone stuff nowadays? The version 3 Hummingbird AIO, I was really excited about. Really lightweight. That's the main thing I was excited about. But then I had 2 of them in a row that the built-in VTXs blew up on crashes that were not all that angry. And then I just said to hell with it. I think they sent me one more. I can't think of another reason why I would have this one. But I kind of moved on, and so this has just sort of been sitting. I didn't even know I had this. And so, third time's the charm? I don't know. NewBeeDrone, look, here's the long and short about NewBeeDrone stuff. It's made for newbies, thus the name NewBeeDrone. And so their stuff is not necessarily made for those of us that are like really deep into the hobby. You know, the motor plug situation, they use a unique, I mean, it's unique to them, but all it is JST 1.0 versus the norm, which is 1.25. But yeah, that may use other people's motors with their AIOs. On their new AIOs, though, they do have direct solder pads, and they are nice big pads. Yeah, I don't know. The NewBeeDrone's had a tough run in terms of reliability lately, which is frustrating, admittedly. But any company that's willing to take on the challenge of gearing their stuff and catering their stuff to beginners, I'm totally cool with that. I have no interest in being like the guy that helps hundreds of people get up in the air for the first time. That's not what I'm good at. That's not what I find to be fun. Can I do it? Sure, of course. But it's just not, it's not my deal. It's really hard to do that. I don't know how Joshua continues to do it. You know, answering the same like 3 or 4 super beginner questions over and over and over and over again just drives me nuts. And I've moved to like I've really spent the majority of my time not thinking about the best way to get brand new pilots up in the air, but to take pilots that are already up in the air, that are starting to get good, and help them get great. That's what I find to be really fun. That's what I feel like I'm really good at. And so, yeah, that's sort of my approach. Over the years, NewBeeDrone has had a bunch of stuff that I've been really excited about that I thought would work for me and like my gear. And the Acro B boards have been great in the tiny lifters. Tiny lifters are a pretty specific sort of build. But yeah, their Acro B AOs have been great in that, in those 2 rigs. I've not had a ton of luck with their stuff elsewhere. Mainly the durability has been the problem with their stuff. Once I crash really hard and really often. And when I see their stuff getting crashed really hard, it just doesn't hold up as good as some of the other stuff out there, like some Happy Model stuff. Not all Happy Model stuff, but some of it. And that's tough. So Kelvin has been my contact over at NewBeeDrone for a long time, and he's always been super, super, super cool with me. I've had to do returns with NewBeeDrone, and they've always been super easy to deal with. Yeah, I love the company. I wish the manufacturer that they work with to make their AIOs and whatnot would figure out how to make them durable, because they use they use FETs that are more than 5 amp, so it could be an answer to this 75 millimeter 1S high power thing that we've yet to really figure out. Speaking of, if anybody sees an X12 with ELRS in stock somewhere, please let me know. It looks like they're absolutely out of stock everywhere. I hope to hell that doesn't mean that it's been discontinued, because I don't know where else to go for a tiny Loupe ELRS VTX on board AIO that got FETs that are more than 5 amps, and motor plugs. So yeah, keep your eye out for me if you don't mind, or if you got a buddy that's like selling an X12, let me know. But yeah, I also wish that they would move back to a regular OSD chip. Although, I mean, nowadays with digital stuff, it matters less. I would be super interested in yeah. They have it. A NewBeeDrone AIO 1 to 2S AIO with no OSD whatsoever built in, and then we run a walk snail VTX on it. That would be cool for this build, actually. Maybe that's the direction that this build goes. Although the problem is, I think that's an expensive AIO. I know that they have it, though. So if I go into NewBeeDrone and then flight controller and ESC, I think it's this one. HD. Yeah, Express LRS. Hold on. Let me look elsewhere. Oh, yeah, that's right. All their AIOs are $80, $90. $80, $90, $100. So yeah, it would be this one. $100 is kind of steep, but this could be really good. If the Betaflight AIO does not work out, 1 to 2S AIO doesn't work out. Oh, you know what though? The problem is going to be the USB port. I don't know. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. This probably has a regular USB. Yeah, it does. It's got a regular old big tall USB port on it. So yeah, I don't know. Built-in ELRS is great though. Nice, great big row of pads here on the side. That's kind of nice. 2 big old connectors. But yeah, this is for their Acro-B 75 HD, which is a really powerful rig. Wow, 20 amp FETs on this thing. Jeez. We can push this really, really, really hard. MPU 6000 too. That's really cool. That's something that I love about NewBeeDrone is they have their manufacturer has a ton of MPU 6000s. So yeah, most of their AIOs have the best gyro in the world. Oh man, speaking of, I watched the last Grand Tour last night and cried like a fucking baby, man. Boy, that was tough. Absolutely incredible though. Like just perfect. Absolutely perfect final installment of Jeremy Richard and James. I started watching Top Gear in college. So we're going over 20 years back at this point. And I have very closely followed them and downloaded every single thing that they make. I have probably 20 plus of their books. Ben Collins' book about being the Stig. Loads of I've read 2 of Richard's books. One of them about the crash in the jet car. Scary shit. I have a ton of James May's books. I have a whole bunch of Jeremy Clarkson's books. I've just been such a fan of those 3 guys. I've downloaded like everything that they've done just as hosts on BBC television. It's all like such good stuff. And Yeah, I mean, they're fucking old, man. They're like deep in their 70s. Um, and it's the right move. Like it's amazing that they've lasted this long. Um, but yeah, that was tough, man. That was tough to, I mean, they were getting them like, when somebody else gets emotional, it kind of hits you. Uh, but yeah, it triggers a lot of memories. Like I have memories from college of like discovering them and starting to download them and just being like, oh my god, these guys are insane. This is the coolest thing ever. More, more, more. I need more. I need more. I need more. Um, and like, yeah, it's wild. Remember, and so in the finale, um, they at the end they went to the end of their first big adventure that they went on. Uh, and they went like shot for shot and filmed it the way that they like put the cars in the same spots and they walked the same little path. They walked up to the same tree. It was wild because I remember that first special that they did across, I want to say Namibia, um, across Africa. It's one of the best specials of all time. They took a Lancia, a Mercedes Benz, and Oliver. Oliver was Richard Hammond's car, which was a son of a bitch. I forget what it is, but it was a crazy adventure. Like they were sinking in the salt flats. They had to like lighten the cars up. They pulled the doors off. Like it was just an unbelievable adventure. And yeah, I don't know. It's just so cool. So much like Richard fell in love with the car and had the car shipped back up to Britain, and then he ended up restoring it and like just amazing, amazing stuff. So yeah, if you're at all a Top Gear fan or a Grand Tour fan, um, their last adventure is up there. It went up 3 days ago, 4 days ago, and it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant for sure. Watch it. And yeah, hell of a celebration of the careers of three friends that like against all odds and like in the face of like lots of adversity stuck together every step of the way and like never sold out, never like they had like an unwritten agreement between them that if they were going to do car related content they would do it together, and that was it. Like they were a package deal from like early days until this special that they filmed last year and was released this last weekend. Who else has ever done that? What three actors, actresses, musicians, like, well, I guess musicians do it all the time. Not often though. Band members leave all the time, right? But it's soup that is incredibly rare, right? And like I'm sure that each one of them got many, many, many offers, really lucrative offers over the years, to do things without the other two, and they would always say no. They would do weird, random stuff, but car-related stuff. They were a package deal, and that's wild, and like brilliant because the three of them are amazing together, and like for them to have taken car related stuff outside of that, it would have kind of diluted what they have together, and like brilliant stuff. So check that out. That was wild to watch that last night. It was and just again brilliantly done. Arguably the best adventure that they've done. Super unscripted this time, and yeah, you can really tell, and like their friendship is just incredible. Just like the banter between them, and like they're three incredibly witty human beings, and then for them to get together around cars and like make fun of each other and make fun of each other's cars, and like, oh man, it's just magic. Absolute magic. I'm so lucky to have gotten to discover them in my early 20s and follow along every step of the way. I've watched most of their stuff live, not live, but like, you know, like as it's come up over the years. I got caught up pretty quickly there, early days, and then I would find a way to watch their stuff like pretty soon after it was released, even though in those early days it was really difficult because their stuff would get released on BBC television and that was kind of it. So I would have to find it on torrent sites from people in England that pulled it down and yada, yada, yada. So yeah, that was wild. That was wild. Walter says, what's up? Professor Biohazard says, did you weigh your Grinderino after it was all put together? I did. It's like 280 grams, I think. It's a fat one, but I that's what I wanted. I wanted it to be a fat, porky bastard, because it's kind of a heavy frame. It's a heavy frame. It's a basher frame. I knew I was going to put these big fat 1804s on it. At the moment, I have it on 3.5-inch props. It's kind of just heavy enough where on 3.5-inch, oh, it's heavier than I thought. It's 203 grams. Jesus Christ. That would explain why it feels okay on the 3.5-inch props. So yeah, it flies great. It flies really, really good. I'm super happy with it. The walk snail setup is awesome. I need to figure out a better camera mount. It's kind of popping out of the camera mount, and the camera is also not really facing perfectly straight, which makes flying it incredibly difficult. But yeah, super happy with it. Stout little bastard. All right. Thrash FPV says, what size do you use for Instagram footage when you render? And what tips do you have for either bio, what? Or anything post-wise? Just copy off other people. Look at successful people on there and just copy them. Just do what they're doing. Because the algorithm changes all the time. The rules change all the time. What works and what doesn't work change all the time. There are people that have somehow managed to stumble into that stuff, and what they're doing is working, and that's like the best. Yeah, that's the best way to kind of figure it out. Here's what you want for. Here's how to know how to import stuff. Whoismatt.com. Matt with 2 T's. Whoismatt.com is brilliant in terms of YouTube import settings and whatnot. So go to his website and all right, it's in the chat now. He's got a whole bunch of really good content. He's one of the top search results when you just Google this stuff. Hold on. There's like a part of his website that has, for Christ's sakes, Google search best Instagram import settings. I think you want to basically do everything in 1080. It's not as big of a deal as it used to be. Oh man, Whoismatt is not doing well on Google anymore. That's interesting. You want to, when you do this Google search, you really want to pay attention to the dates. You want to try to find an article that's recent, because things change so frequently. So here you go. Here's Adorama. They got an article from January 1st of this year. Yeah, 1080 wide. The editing in Instagram is really good nowadays. So yeah, you don't like have to crop it square or anything like that. It kind of helps too. But yeah, Instagram does not want big files like YouTube. That's the main thing that you want to remember. YouTube, you want like crazy high bitrate 4K files so that their compression algorithm works properly. Instagram does not want that. They want 1080, and if you give them 1080, it is going to look a lot better. You can give them higher resolution, but then yeah, it's not. Don't do that. So yeah, there you go. It also kind of depends on what you're doing. Story versus reel versus regular old post. Regular old post is 1:1. The reels are a weird ass aspect ratio, 4:5 maybe. I think it's taller than that though. But yeah, this looks like a pretty good article here by Adorama. I'll drop this into the chat. I'll do this like once a year, once every other year. I'll just do that Google search and find a number of different articles that are talking about, hey, for this year, here's what you want. Instagram has always been 1080 though. They've always wanted, the recommendation has always been to upload in 1080. So yeah. Not bio, but post description. Thrash says, yeah. The other thing to remember, you'll see it in those articles if you look them up. There's a limit on @ tags and hashtags. The limit for @ tags last time I checked is 10, and for hashtags it's 30. You want to hit that limit. It's free marketing basically. So yeah, make like in my phone in notes I have a note that's just called Instagram, and then it's got chunks of hashtags and @ tags that I can grab and then just delete a bunch, so that it's sort of as accurate as possible. And so, you know, if I'm flying this NewBeeDrone Toothpick, I'm gonna have #NewBeeDrone, #Toothpick, right, like all that shit. And a lot of those I've just stolen from other people. Just find other people that are successful, look at what their hashtags and @ tags are, and just steal them. But you want to try to avoid having a big chunk of that's super generic that you use on every single post, right? You want to be as specific with them as possible, but not too specific. Like hashtag 1S 260 MAH BT 2.0, that's too specific. Nobody is ever going to look at that specific hashtag. You want to do like hashtag BT 2.0. That is like open-ended enough where someone is going to eventually click on that and maybe see your post and maybe subscribe. But it's not so... back when I used to work in SEO, we would call them long tail keywords. The more specific, the longer the keyword is, the less people are going to click on it, but the more specific the click is going to be. Just doing like hashtag FPV, you're going to get lumped in with millions of other people, and you're not going to be able to compete with them. So you want to go more specific than that, but you don't want to go so specific that nobody ever clicks on it, or 3 people in the next 10 years click on it, right? So you got to go like sort of somewhere in between there. And yeah, so look at people that are successful, steal their stuff, and just think about that. Think about like, you know, what you're trying to do is have a keyword that someone that might be interested in this and or your flying, right? Like your post is about this quad, it's about your flying, it's about maybe the location that you're at. That's what you want. You want to be in that mindset. How can I get someone that wants to see one of those things or all of those things? What can I type that they would potentially search for down the road? Yeah, there you go. There's a whole bunch of stuff for you to chew on. Walter says, is there a thought about 1,5S? 1.5S? I'm asking smartly. Can't do it. The pouches the pouches of the batteries are 4.2 volts. You can't like cut this pouch in half and it has half the voltage. It's just not how it works. So yeah, you can't. It just doesn't work. You can't go in between the voltages. It's either 1S or 2S or 3S or 4S. Kinetic says, what sort of magnifying device do you use for looking at small AIOs? Great question. If you guys do not have a 5X Loupe, Loupe, you're on crack and you're making your life miserable. This is arguably the most important tool for FPV when you're working on small stuff. And it's going to cost you like $5 whole from Amazon. I probably have a link down below in the description. If I don't, just go to Amazon and type in 5X Loupe, Loupe. You can probably even spell it wrong, and Amazon will hook you up. But yeah, this is everything. I have also fallen in love with the nerd goggles, as I call them. There's a million of these on Amazon. Just type in like magnified headset and you'll find them. I really like these. This is Yakto Soon, but you won't find that manufacturer on there. You'll find 15 of these that say something different on them that look exactly like this. The key to these being comfortable is to not put the batteries in here. They have a stupid little LED here, and then you can put batteries on the inside here. But when you do that, it becomes way too heavy, and it pushes on your nose really hard, and they become super uncomfortable. So just don't run the batteries in there. And these are actually really comfortable. They come with a bunch of different lenses. Put the thickest lenses in. They have the most magnification. I think it's like 2.5x or 3x. It's just enough, but not too much. The Loupe is 5x. That's for like really looking small. This is for wearing when you're trying to do soldering and stuff. The Loupe, the focal distance of the Loupe is really close. So you gotta, if you have it in your eyeball, you gotta hold the thing up like this. So trying to solder with the Loupe, you're like damn near burning your face off. These, with less magnification, the focal distance is much farther away, so you can much more comfortably solder while you have these on, because your face is not so goddamn close to the work that you're doing. The biggest improvement to the quality of my work has come from these and this. Hands fucking down. Flux, using more flux would be like a close second, but being able to see what the hell you're doing is the biggest thing. And so yeah, that is super, super, super important. You guys should all have the nerd goggles and a 5X Loupe. At the very least, you need to have a 5X Loupe. The nerd goggles are a little bit more expensive, but I think they're like 12 or 13 bucks, so they're still really cheap. And you will do better quality work and eventually not have two pads bridging together that explode in AIO. And as soon as that happens and you save 50, 60 bucks on an AIO, both of those paid for themselves in orders of magnitude, right? Thrash FPV says, my Whoop gets these weird ticking movements in the roll or pitch axis. I changed to new HQ props because I was out of gem fans. Could that be more of a tune issue? That is a gyro starting to fail. Just ignore it, keep flying it. Eventually it'll get so bad that you just got to retire it. But yeah, that's a gyro. Inside the gyro, they've got these little things that kind of move back and forth. And when you start smashing the shit out of it, those things can get kind of jacked up, and then they don't give you a clean signal because you got like two of these that are all fucked up, and it's just like, wait, what? The fact that we can crash these rigs at all and the gyros don't immediately explode every single crash is a miracle. So yeah, it's just a part of the game. Gyros are super sensitive pieces of electronics, and we beat these things to death. And so yeah, it's just one of those things. Cole Powers says, how much weight do you think you'd save using enamel coated wire instead of insulated motor wires? My guess would be maybe 0.2, 0.3 of a gram or so. It's never been enough for me to, I've never been able to justify what a pain in the ass it is. You know, you got to direct solder the motors at that point. The motor wires like seem to be awful fragile. They probably aren't. That's probably just a, you know, it feels like situation where it actually isn't. But the main issue is you got to direct solder the motors, and that's a deal breaker for me. That's just silly. I'm way behind on chat. Let me see how fast I can go through these. CiottiFPV says, by the way, I used to be parkour guy. I'm definitely not as fit as I used to be. Speaking of not being fit, I painted a little section of wall over here today with a paintbrush. Mistake number one. My fucking arm is just ruined. It's a section of wall that's like this fucking wide. I mean, it's floor to ceiling. But like, my God, just that like painting motion is not a natural motion that you do in life unless you're into karate. Old people? Yeah, somebody knows what I'm talking about. 1B6748 says, any chance I could see your PID/filters for your Grinderino with the X Novas? I have the same build and love it, but looking to get it a bit more dialed in. Thanks. I'm pretty sure it's still on stock PIDs. Those motors and a good set of propellers are going to perform amazing on stock PIDs. If you're going to be like selling your footage from it, or you're going to be entering like a freestyle competition or something like that, yeah, I can maybe see wanting to crank the PIDs up. But like if you're just going out to fly and have fun, I almost always recommend that you leave the PIDs alone. The more aggressive you make the PIDs, the more fragile the rig is going to be. The less you're going to be able to fly the rig, like literally. Because at some point you're going to hammer it hard enough that the more aggressive PIDs are going to be too high. And then you're dicking around with going into the OSD and trying to back the PIDs off in there. It's just, yeah. If you do want to screw around with the PIDs, it's unbelievably simple. You take the very first slider, you move it from 1.0 up to 1.2, you fly it. You make sure the motors aren't getting hot, you make sure it's not making any weird noises. Then you take that slider and you move it up to 1.4, and then you take, it's a D-gain slider, and then you take the second slider, you move it up to 1.1. So you have a ratio of 1.3 to 1.1. Fly it, make sure the motors aren't getting hot. Then you go from 1.3 to 1.5. See what's, I'm sorry, 1.4. You have a ratio of 1.4 to 1.1. Then you go from 1.4 up to 1.6, 1.1 up to 1.3. See the pattern here? Then you go 1.8, 1.5, 2.0, 1.7. You want this ratio of the D-gain slider being 0.3 higher than the P-gain slider, and the changes that you make should be 0.2 at a time, because otherwise you won't be able to tell the difference. That is how you PID tune. That will get you a PID tune that's like 95% perfect, and then you can deal with all the problems of having a more aggressive PID tune. As long as you have a working OSD, it's not that bad. But again, always keep in mind, like the more aggressive you make the PID tune, the more on edge the rig is going to be. The more chance there is of you losing it forever, right? The hotter the motors are going to get. So more stress on the motors, more stress on the ESC FETs. And then the more the PID tune is going to cover up your mistakes, which if you're trying to put good footage out is a good thing. If you're trying to learn and get better at flying, it's a bad thing. Because literally the more aggressive PID tune will cover up stuff like prop wash. And it's actually really important to know when prop wash happens and to not put the quad into situations where it's going to have prop wash. That is what makes you a better pilot. When the PID tune covers that up, you don't learn anything. Sure, your footage looks better, but who's watching your footage? If you've got a live stream with 1,000 people watching each live stream and you want to look like a professional, right? But if nobody's watching your footage, who are you impressing, right? So just keep that in mind. I get it. I started PID tuning very early in the hobby. because I thought for sure it would make me a better pilot, and I had to learn it, and it was an important part, and blah, 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 blah. And that was time wasted. That was back in, I spent tons of time on it because that was back in the day that tuning was very difficult. So I wasted all this time learning how to tune, and then the filters got infinitely better. And then, you know, we got things like anti-gravity and all these other specific things, right? So like Betaflight got so much better that learning to tune the OG PID controller, it wasn't worthless, but I would have been way better served, and the pilots that didn't do that got way better as pilots and got way more recognition and way more popular on YouTube than I did. And I was sort of left like, oh, but you guys don't know how to tune, so I'm you know what I mean? So yeah, be careful with that. Tuning is typically kind of a waste of time, in my opinion. That's probably going to be an unpopular opinion, but it's just an opinion. I'm allowed to have my own opinions. Nowadays, the stock PID tune flies so good, and most people don't have enough of an audience and or the right audience where footage from a better tuned quad matters. To be totally honest, again, very unpopular opinion, but hey, everybody says that PID tuning is super important. I love being on the other side of that, and actually like thinking through it a little bit, right? Because most people, nobody's ever going to see their footage, so what does it matter that the PID tune is cranked up? If you're racing, okay, there's a little bit of value there, but like for freestyle and for footage that's just sort of for fun, revel in the prop wash and learn when you're putting it in the prop wash. Here's the thing that I've never heard anybody talk about. When you put a quad into prop wash with a cranked up PID tune, it fucking hammers the battery to fight that prop wash. Letting it sit there in the prop wash and wobble is not going to hammer the battery near as hard, because the dirty air is just doing its thing, and the quad is pushing a little bit against it, but it's not pushing super hard against it. The more aggressive you make the PID tune, the harder it's going to push, and the earlier it's going to push against that prop wash, and that's hard on the battery. So you can literally get more battery life out of a looser PID tune, in addition to all the other things. There's actually a lot of positives of a less dialed in PID tune that nobody ever really talks about. And yeah, it is my honor to talk about those things. Again, unpopular opinion, and Brandon's Baked Beans is probably bleeding from the ears right now. All that being said, I tune the shit out of all my rigs, so take this all for a grain of salt. But again, I'm in a situation where most of my flying gets shown on live streams, and like this is my portfolio. When people want to hire me to fly a gig, they come onto my YouTube channel and they start looking around. And if my footage has all kinds of wobble and shake and shit, they're gonna be like, oh my god, who's this fucking asshole? So yeah. Off Axis says, YouTube fight for time slots. Make him have your thumb war. Make him have a thumb war with you to take it back. Andrew Taylor says, lunchtime Tuesday for the Kiwis and morning tea for the Aussies. Nice. I like that. Off Axis dropping the Patreon link. Thank you very much, dude. ThrashFPV says, are Sim Sundays a thing now? Sorta. Yeah, you guys asked for it again, and so I've done a couple of them. I forgot that I now have uncrashed. This coming Sunday, maybe if I remember, I'll do a Sim Sunday stream about uncrashed, and we'll dive in there, and I'll see if I can get it to fly somewhat acceptable. I jumped in there for a couple of minutes right after I downloaded it, and the physics were awful. And it was like bordering on being unflyable. And so, but I have heard from people that if you start dialing things in, you can make it a lot better. So we'll see. I'm pretty spoiled. Velocidrone's physics are really, really good. And I've used Velocidrone for like 8 years. So there's a chance that I just won't be able to connect enough with Uncrashed's physics to really enjoy myself in there, but we'll see. So yeah, that's I also don't know if Uncrashed is going to be able to run while all the OBS stuff is running, so that'll be interesting, but we'll give it a shot. 1B said, no, we got Dexter says, BL Heli 32 is still worth it nowadays? Definitely not. Because in Chris Rosser's tests, it doesn't look that good anymore. It seems AM32 and Blue Jay are doing pretty good. First and foremost, the performance differences between BL Heli 32, AM32, and Blue Jay are very small. The performance differences between BL Heli 32 and AM32 are pretty much negligible. Sure, in bench testing, with bar graphs set up to show the differences between the two, it looks like there is a legitimate difference between them. But when you actually look at the numbers, you'll see that there's like on like a 5-inch rig making thousands of grams of thrust, there'll be like a 20 or 30 gram of thrust difference. You're not going to notice that. Nobody's going to notice that. And that's going to equate to like a couple seconds of extra runtime. It's not, there's no reason to go out and spend money on AM32 stuff to replace your BL Heli 32 stuff. Wait until your stuff blows up and then for sure get AM32, because BL Heli 32 is dead. Like, if you buy something that's on BL Heli 32 and it's on an older version of BL Heli 32 that like doesn't have RPM filtering, for example, you're screwed. You just won't have RPM filtering, which is awful. And so, yeah, I would not recommend that anybody buy anything BL Heli 32 moving forward, because they've completely locked it down and you can't update it, and that's absolutely insane and ridiculous. So, yeah, buy AM32 stuff moving forward. But there's no reason to, if you have something with BL Heli 32, run it. Like you're not going to get a substantial improvement. So just keep running it until it explodes and then replace it. So yeah, BL Heli 32 is totally fine. It flies great. Everything that I have is actually on it, and everything still flies awesome. You will not notice a difference with AM32, and Blue Jay actually does not perform as good as BL Heli 32, just because Blue Jay is 8-bit. 8-bit is never going to outperform 32-bit on the ESC side. But again, the difference is pretty small. I've never been able to tell a difference. And so, yeah. Move forward and destroy everything you've got. Levitated FPV says, can I ask what a heavy/lightweight for a 2S carbon 2-inch might be in your opinion? Oh, I have no idea. I don't have any of those rigs, so I have no idea. I guess it's Levi-tated. Yeah, I'm not in the 2-inch thing. I just built the first 2S rig with that Walksnail 75. The first one. It's the first 2S rig I've built in like 4 years. So yeah, I'm unfortunately not the guy to ask. But find the frame that you want, right? Like, your frame choice is going to be typically based around, where do you want to put the battery, top or bottom? Do you want props in view, right? Toothpick, you're gonna do you want motors in view too, right? So like, your frame decision is not really going to be based around weight nearly as much as like geometry, where the battery goes, flight characteristics, right? And then once you narrow that down, there's only going to be a couple of different frame options. So that's how you buy your frame. And then just look for a setup that flies good. Like, look at Quad66 here on YouTube, QUAD, the number 6. He's got some great lightweight-ish setups, 2S, a lot of 2S stuff, I think. Jump on Rotor Builds, look around on there. And my Discord has a bunch of people that are a little bit more in that. There's actually a text channel called Toothpick and Whoop on my Discord channel, and there's folks that hang out in there that are way more in touch with that world. So, jump in there and ask around a little bit. That's how you'll figure it out. Smoking Dog Cujo says, Tiny Whoop sold out of the X12 the same day they got them in. Jesus. Adam Weston says, you might want to update the text at the bottom to say Monday at 8, but perhaps it's not permanent. Nope, I absolutely do. I completely forgot about that. Thank you, dude. Monday at 8. Where do I have that text? It should change everywhere, right? Yeah, I think we're good. That was the end screen. This is... Why is that not playing music? All right, cool. We good. Thank you for the reminder, dude. I appreciate that. I knew I was going to forget that, too. Hold on. Let me just move this a little bit. Yeah, that looks good. Striker says, Darwin FPV 30 amp 20 by 20 stack is handling some serious shit. It's been more than 7 months. Over 1,100 batteries? That's an awful lot of batteries. In 7 months? Jesus, dude. What are you flying, 20 a day? Every day? Holy Christ. Stack has survived an entire new quad around it. Everything replaced now. Handling these 1404.5, 4500s perfectly fine. Even on 3.5-inch props, no motor limit. Very cool. I've heard really good stuff about Darwin FPV electronics. Thrash FPV says, what rig requires a shorter USB? The Walksnail 75mm 2S rigs, because I've only really found 2 frames, the Mobula 7 V3 and the Mobula 7 V4. On the Mobula 7 V4, to run 2S, you cut 2 of the supports out here so that the battery goes in like this. As you can see, the difference between these 2 frames is how low the battery hangs. See how much higher up this battery is, right? It's like really tucked up in there. It's so tucked up that it takes up the space that the USB port would be in. The Mobula 7 V3 frame is okay, but the ducts are really deep. And so on a 2mm high motor like the 1002s, the tips of the propellers bang into the supports on the ducts. And so, yeah, I really want to... I'm probably going to end up using the Mobula 7 V4 frame where you really can't have a USB port in there, which just makes everything so much more confusing, unfortunately. But welcome to FPV, where everything is difficult. Thrash FPV says Top Gear is discontinued. What? The Grand Tour. Well, I mean, Top Gear also got canceled. BBC Top Gear got canceled. About a year and a half ago, Freddie Flintock, the rugby player, was involved in a horrific accident on set on a BBC Top Gear shoot. He flipped a Morgan 3-wheeler over and did not have a helmet on. And when you flip a Morgan 3-wheeler, your head becomes the roll bar. And he like ripped half of his face off. Like it was really, really, really nasty stuff. And so, yeah, it's kind of a miracle that it took that long to happen. The Top Gear is well known to be a show with pretty loose safety measures. And like everybody that's ever had anything to do with Top Gear was like, yeah, it really is a miracle that someone didn't actually die. I mean, he very nearly almost died, and so did Richard. Richard almost died in the jet car crash. But yeah, scary stuff. But yeah, the Grand Tour is what is now over. Top Gear lives on. There's Top Gear Australia, there's Top Gear Singapore, there's Top Gear... I don't know if America got canceled, but yeah, Top Gear lives on around the world. Jeremy Clarkson, Richard Hammond, and James May will it's not looking like they will ever work on another car-related project together. They are old. Jeremy has his farm. Richard has the smallest cog, his restoration company, and James is just a stoner genius doing cool things. And so yeah, it's looking like those three won't do. I have a feeling at some point though they'll throw us a bone and do something fun, but it won't be under the Grand Tour moniker anymore. You know, the crew of Grand Tour is, you know, no longer like employed, but like, the Grand Tour doesn't exist anymore, and that was like a thing, right? They had their own crew and whatnot. Walter says, every Friday in front of telly, afterwards bar. I'm jealous of you bastards in Europe that could just like watch Top Gear on TV. Dexter says Top Gear is goated indeed. Striker says, what do you think of the Axis 1404.5? I've been glazing these motors because they've been so fun. You got to try them. Glazing? I don't know what that means. Axis 1404.5. I don't necessarily know that they made that. I've had Axis 1404s forever. Oh, it's one of their cinematic ones. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm sure they're good. Axis was formed from T-Motor, so Axis motors are very similar to T-Motors, and T-Motor has always made great motors. So yeah, I'm sure these are really good. I haven't really needed more stator volume than 1404. I have a whole bunch of sets of the T-Motor 1404 4600s, and I've yet to really run into a scenario where I want more stator volume. I did put a set of the Axis 1504s on one of the cinematic rigs to chase the cyclists, but then it caught on fire. And so, yeah, there's that. But yeah, that's interesting. So Axis has a 1404, they have a 1404.5, and then they have a 1504. That's pretty slick. Frosty says, it really sucks they brought a ton of us into our love for cars and motorsport. Yeah, for sure. They changed the world, man. They undoubtedly got hundreds of thousands of people that had no interest in cars into cars. And I mean, what's cooler than that, you know? Striker says, I've tried the T-Motor 1404. It's an incredible motor, although I think the extra stator volume makes the Axis just perfect on 3-inch props. I'd ask Ciotti, though. Yeah, so we just talked about that. Looks like Dexter was asking which one is better. Not really a better, just different. If you want more stator volume, more torque, more power, bigger stator will do that. If you want lighter weight, more runtime, smaller stator. Pretty straightforward. On 3-inch propellers, 1404 is plenty. Like I said a minute ago, I've not needed a bigger amount of stator volume than 1404 on 3-inch props. I thought that I did for a while, but then when I went back to a couple different sets of 1404s, I was like, wow, okay, I've been running heavier motors for kind of no reason. I do have a couple of heavier rigs that I am running on bigger motors, but those are fat rigs. On like a 250, 240, 230, 220 gram 3-inch rig, a 1404 is plenty. And yeah, going bigger than that, you're just dragging around extra weight. Thrash says, wait, you don't cut your lipos in half for weight savings? Walter says, I bought for 40 euros a GPS tracker on your AliExpress affiliate link, plus some more shit. Check if it works. Wish you the best. Thanks, dude. Very cool. I will check that out tonight for sure. See if it came through. Just Mo says, I'm definitely getting the HD0 AIO. What motors would you think would give the best freestyle performance when paired with EcoCam and Cockroach light frame? Happy model motors, and then it kind of depends on what you want. If you want to fly it inside, you got to get the weight down. So it's 702, and then the KV is on you. For me personally, when mine comes in that Kevin Sumner very kindly like sponsored and had sent to me, bought for me, I'm going all the way 702, 40,000 KV. If I want less power, I can just motor limit it down, and all's right with the world. It's gonna be it's a heavier AIO. Like the build on 702s is like 19 point something grams, I think, which is kind of heavy. So for me, yeah, it's 702s for sure. Happy model 702s for sure. To keep the weight down as low as possible, and then just go ballistic. Out of the box, it seems to fly pretty good though. The motors it's coming with are Happy Model 702 28,000s. When you put those motors on a Gemfan 1219S propeller, they make really decent power. Not enough for me, but for most people, it's probably going to be really good right out of the box. So give that a shot. Brandon's Baked Bean says, tuning is like 33% of the hobby to me. It wouldn't be as fun without it. Brandon brings up a great point. For some people, tuning is a part of the fun of the hobby, and there is nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I need to remember that. I kind of forget that sometimes. Not everybody is as into flying as I am, and that's totally fine. But I come down hard on tuning because nobody else does. Everybody else either says, no, I just don't tune, or tuning is everything, and if you can't tune, you're an asshole and you're not a real FPV pilot. And it's just not true. Nobody really, I don't know if I've ever heard someone talk about the negatives of tuning. And there aren't many, but still, like, it's important to understand that, right? Like, you want to actually learn shit, you want to really know this stuff. Well, that's why you're here. And so if there's like an unpopular opinion like that, I'm going to go out of my way to kind of talk about it so that you've got plenty of exposure to the positives of tuning. Let me try to figure out some of the negatives, and then you can make your own mind up, right? Like, that's this whole thing that I've been doing for 3.5 years is like, I don't want you guys to rely on me, right? Like, if I go away someday, I want as many people as possible to be equipped to figure this shit out for themselves. And when they're sitting there looking at a 1404 and a 1404 and a half, they know which one to pick, and they're not gonna like, I'll just pick one at random, right? Like, this is, yeah. I want as many people to soak up as much of this knowledge as humanly possible. I've always wanted to like leave a mark on the world, and this is the way that I've figured out how to do that, and this is the best way that I've figured out how to do it. I've tried a lot of different things over the last 20-25 years. This is the thing that I've had the most success with, and yeah, that's why I will do absolutely anything to keep doing this. This is a gift to be able to give this knowledge to as many people as possible, so that they can have more fun and build things that fly better, and fly more, right? Like, build more durable stuff so you can literally fly more, and when you're flying, have it perform better, so that you have more fun and you know, all that good stuff. Striker says, I think tuning starts being something to consider once it starts holding you back after you develop your own style. If you like doing any sort of stick bang, it's essential. I don't really see how tuning would hold anybody back, really. The stick bang stuff, I don't know. It's a mystery to me. So maybe that's true. I just, yeah, it's just bloody eyeballs as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know. But yeah, I have a hard time. I've heard this before, and I've never necessarily been able to connect one-to-one like tuning holding you back from like a freestyle standpoint, because it's you know, with feed forward, I don't really consider feed forward tuning. I consider like the PID loop tuning. With feed forward, you can dial in however much or little stick response that you want. And like that's kind of it. Like more stick response, it's going to track your sticks a little bit better. It's going to react a little bit quicker. And that's really the only possible scenario that I can see where it could be holding you back or not holding you back. Because like, you know, if you're going 1,000,000 miles an hour towards a gap and at the last second you realize you're not lined up properly, having that slight bit of extra feed forward might give you the extra little bit of time. But the PIDs don't do that. The PIDs fight against bad aerodynamic situations, right? So the wind hits it, and instead of going like this, it just drives right through it. Or you put it into prop wash and it wobbles versus not wobbling. Those things don't hold you back. They make your footage look not as good, but they don't hold you back. There's no real situation that you're not shooting a gap while you're in prop wash. Even if you were shooting a gap when you're in prop wash, doesn't matter. It's going to wiggle through the gap versus going straight through the gap. That's not holding you back, right? So yeah, I've never. I understand why people say that, but if you actually like think about it and you actually like look at your flying and watch thousands and thousands of hours of flight footage, I have a hard time. I have a hard time figuring out where the PI and D gains could possibly hold you back from a flying standpoint. If you want your footage to look in a certain way, sure, I get it. But your footage is not your flying. Your footage is your footage. Your flying is your flying. And like, yeah, a loose PID tune is still going to track. It's still going to go the same direction. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just me though. What I will say is having a more cranked up PID tune could very well make you feel like you're a better pilot, and that self-confidence could potentially make you fly better. So yeah, it's not like that with me, but everybody's different and that's okay. White Powder RX says, I got a new X12 for you. Where should I message you about, to get info and shit? Dude, amazing. CiottiFPV.com has a shitload of my, contact info up on top. My Instagram, the Discord. Yeah, lots of different ways you can get in touch with me. My email should be there as well. Whatever's easiest for you. Yeah, I will pay you whatever they sell for that X12. We'll work something out. Very cool. Thank you, dude. Blizzard FPV says, Blizzard FPV with a $5 super chat and a $2 super chat. Thanks for the 7, brother. He says, after getting the dumpster fire flight controller Hummingbird F4 from NewBeeDrone, they will never get a cent from me again. There are other companies with less trash. 75 watching and only 25 thumbs up, you chumps, Blizzard also says. Yeah, there's a lot of people that got super upset about the Hummingbirds. Fair enough. I was not thrilled with them either. But I don't know. It's hard to make good products that you can smash into stuff and they survive. I've seen way more bad products than good products in the last 8 years. So, and I've also seen companies like HGLRC that consistently put out terrible products. NewBeeDrone is not there. NewBeeDrone does not like every single thing that NewBeeDrone puts out does not catch fire when you put power to it. They've made a bunch of stuff that works totally fine. And so they really do get like a pass from me because I can tell that they're trying. And yeah, I mean, they're hitting me up for feedback. They're sending me stuff for testing. Like that's, HGLRC ain't doing that shit, right? Like if a company genuinely has an interest, and also you need to understand that NewBeeDrone does not make their electronics. They have some other manufacturing company in China that's making the electronics. So it is that company's fault, more than likely, that the electronics are not durable. Do I wish that NewBeeDrone would bust their asses or switch manufacturers? Sure. But like it's, you know, don't just like, oh, NewBeeDrone is trash. maybe they have switched manufacturers, and maybe the next version of the Hummingbird is absolutely bulletproof, right? They've had products that have been totally fine. They've had some products that haven't been. Try to find any FPV manufacturer that hasn't had products that are trash, right? The Holy Grail Happy model with the 2G4, they've made a bunch of other AIOs that are worthless. The Diamond AIO is way worse than any AIO that NewBeeDrone has ever made. The Diamond AIO is arguably the worst AIO ever made, right? And so, yeah, I refuse to just hammer the hell out of NewBeeDrone because the Hummingbird V3 didn't hold up really well. It sucks. I wish it had, but this is FPV, man. The quality control is non-existent, and so for anyone to make anything half decent is a absolute miracle. And you know, so like my expectations are that everything that comes out is garbage. And so I go into everything like, let's see how bad this is. And then if it's great, I'm like, yeah, awesome. And I think you should too, because that way, like if it's trash, which it's probably going to be, you're like, well, I expected that. And then if it's good, you're like, yeah. Whereas if you go into it thinking that things are going to work, more often than not, it feels like sometimes they're not going to work and you're going to be disappointed. You know what I mean? So just think everything is trash. And then if something's good, it's a huge win. Dexter says, what batteries are you using on the QAV Pro for indoor real estate shots besides the outdoor? I don't do real estate stuff. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but I run 854S's on it, and that's that. For selecting MAH, you want to take a look at how much runtime you need, but you also need to pay attention to how much power the rig is producing, because if you go too small on MAH, the battery will get too hot. So like what I'll do with a new rig is I'll get like a 4S 450, I'll get like a 4S 650, a 4S 850, and a 4S 1000. And then I'll run each one of them a couple of times and just log the run times. And also when I pull the battery off, I'll just hold the battery for a second to see how hot it is. If you take a battery off a quad and it is boiling hot, that battery is too low of an MAH, or you've got problems with the quad. But on a healthy quad, there is too small of a milliamp. The batteries will get too hot. Bigger battery, bigger heat sink, it'll shed more heat, right? So that's how you pick your MAH. Striker says, since when does Axis have a 1504? I was completely unaware these existed. Yeah, Axis does not do a good job of marketing. Doubles FPV says, I've been lurking long enough, so I finally jumped on the Patreon. Thanks for what you do. Thank you for allowing me to do what I do, brother. Very, very, very cool of you. And welcome to the Gangly Gang, brother. Striker says, I can't find Axisflying 1504. Where'd you get yours? I want to say NewBeeDrone. I believe they have them. Walter Van Den Ord says, they attracted the nerds around us to try power cars, etc. We were there first. Dexter says, is Panasonic capacitors are the best capacitors out there? They're actually essential, and how to choose one, LOL. The capacitors that you want are black and gold. Those are the high ESR ones. Easiest thing to do is that like most ESCs will come with a capacitor. Run that one. That is usually just about the perfect size for that ESC. And so yeah, 6S, if you're running 6S, I mean, it really depends. It depends on the powertrain. 6S 5-inch rig carrying a GoPro, you're going to want at least a 470, if not a 1000. And then they just get smaller from there. Yeah, that's a tough one. But most ESCs come with a capacitor. Just use it. It'll be fine. Trigger says, I think a bit of extra stator makes it really good on 270. Since I do run an action cam, although most don't, no one runs the Go 2 or the Go 3. Yeah, they're too expensive and they're too fragile. Just Mo says, so probably just get a bind and fly Mobula 6 instead of building the whole thing. The bind and fly Mobula 6s are brilliant. they're so good. And then if you want to swap motors out, it's super easy. Motor plugs. Yeah, I'm constantly blown away by how good the bind and flies are. Walter says, how was our dump today with the story of yesterday? Oh, it's fine. My stomach has actually been completely fine. Titan says, is there any downside to getting Weebleeds 40,000 and motor limiting down to 32,000 in case I want more later compared to just getting the 32,500s? That's a lot of motor limiting. So 40,000 times, let's say you did a 0.7 motor limit. Oh, wow. Okay. I guess it's not that much of a motor limit. Times if you do an 80% motor limit. Oh, wow. It's only an 80% motor limit. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. You're going to get a tiny little bit less efficiency, but I don't think you'll be able to notice it. I would absolutely do that. If you're worried about it, Tiny Whoop has a 36,000 kV 0702 called the Firefly that you could get. Dexter says, I like this stream from 3 different accounts. Thank you, dude. Walter says, your stamp of today. What's that mean? Striker says, I actually have no idea what Feedforward does. There has to be a crash course on what everything in the PID tuning tab is. There is. Yeah, tons of people have done YouTube videos diving deep into the PIDs. Basically, Feedforward is exactly what the slider says. It's stick response. If you want more stick response, move it up. If you want less stick response, move it down. That's it. You can also hover over the little question marks, and there's really good information in all of those in there. Striker also says, IRL quads have always felt softer to me than the sim. Maybe I should turn up my Feedforward. Yeah, the sim has a PID control. Well, most sims have PID controllers in them. You can certainly turn them up to get quicker response. Blizzard FPV says, I've had way more fun flying the Happy Model Diamond. The Hummingbird F4 was a DOA brick. I've had the opposite experience. I've had much better luck with the Hummingbird V3 than Happy Model Diamonds. I don't actually think I've ever gotten a Happy Model Diamond up in the air. I think, well, I mean, they've gone up in the air directly into the ceiling as soon as I've armed them. I don't think I've ever run weak enough motors or low enough PIDs to be able to get a diamond to actually fly. It's just, there's just so much electrical noise on that AIO that, yeah, it's I don't know. And I've also had 3 or 4 of them bad right out of the box, which is something that the Hummingbirds have never done. The Hummingbirds have always at least worked for a couple of batteries. But yeah, I mean, whatever. They're both not reliable enough to actually use. Dexter says, Striker, since you guys are hyping up Axisflying, what do you think about their flight controllers and stacks? They seem okay. I don't know who makes them, but yeah, their electronics seem to be okay. They're not manufacturing them. They're just being white labeled from somebody else. So it's a bit of a crapshoot, as it is with all flight controllers and ESCs. But I've used 1 or 2 of them, and they've been okay. But I've never really heard anything from other people. I don't think they're all that popular, so it's tough. It's yeah. Striker also says, my batteries always come down hot. Maybe I should go to a 4S850 from a 650. Also, they are China Heavy Line, so shitty chemistry. I mean, China Heavy Line's okay. They're just a little heavy. Out of the box, one cell always comes down at 3.2 when all the others are 3.6, 3.8. Jesus, that's scary. Yeah, I stopped using China Hobby Line batteries when one of them went off in my hand and burned me pretty badly, actually, at a drift event, and there was really no reason for it to blow up like that. So yeah, I don't really recommend that anybody run China Hobby Line batteries because, like, you know, your family could die, your family could burn to death. But they are super cheap. And I will say that I have been able to in the past, I've been able to mistreat China Hobby Line batteries worse than any other batteries. So if you like constantly over discharge batteries, China Hobby Lines will last longer being mistreated. But yeah, keep them bitches in battery bags all the time. All right. Oh my God. I've got 19 minutes left and we haven't done anything. Hold on. We got to at least do something that I talked about in the title of the stream. So let's dive into, speaking of, let's do Hummingbird V3 attempt number 3 right here. All I need to do is solder up a BT 2.0 lead, and then this thing will be ready to go because everything else is just going to sort of plug in. So yeah, let's do that real quick here, and I can at least say that I did something. Although I'll probably go a little bit longer here because I want to get a little bit more stuff done. I was really looking forward to hanging out with Maggie after the stream tonight, but I think she has gone to sleep, so I think I'm all alone tonight. We've been watching... Oh my God, I forgot to tell you guys this. So, how many of you fucks are old enough that you grew up watching Wonder Years? Type Wonder Years into the chat. Do I have a BT 2.0 floating around here somewhere? I could have sworn that I did. Who grew up on Wonder Years? Admit it! Admit it, you bastards! Admit that you grew up on Wonder Years. Do it. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this battery lead off this rig because I want to switch the lead on this one. So, yeah, cool. This is the rig that the other night was rebooting on hard crashes, which is usually a sign that your battery lead is on its way out. And so I'm going to pull this, I'm going to desolder this battery lead and take a look at it and see if I can figure out what the hell's wrong with it. And that way, and then I'm going to reuse it for this NewBeeDrone rig that may very well blow up after 3 crashes. Look at all you old ass motherfuckers. Oh my God. Why are you guys so old, yo? Why are you all so old? How's it feel to be almost dead? Yo, go back and watch Wonder Years. You can thank me later. I've never gone back and watched it. And so I don't think I've seen it since I was like single-digit years old. Holy shit. Holy shit. I don't know what we did to deserve that show, but oh my God. Maggie and I are 3 episodes in, and like like, you know, the main character is this little boy that like actually has feelings and like actually talks through his feelings and shit. Like that's unheard of. That men don't get that education. Men are told that they're not allowed to have any feelings and they have to just get angry at everything. And yet here it is from all those years ago. In the one episode that we just watched, the daughter, who's a hippie, brings a so the father. The one thing that really dates the show is the father. He is an angry, miserable, just an angry, miserable man, right? Like, which back then was the norm and it was acceptable, and like, you know, the whole family being terrified of the dad was like just the way that it was, and that's bad shit, man. That's like bad news, right? And so that like really does date the show. But in the 3rd episode, I think, the daughter brings home her hippie boyfriend, and the hippie boyfriend basically says like, you know, Vietnam is bullshit, we need to get the hell out of there. And the dad like starts to freak out, and I was like, oh god, here we go, the dad's gonna kick him out, or he's gonna kick the shit out of him or whatever. But instead, the hippie boyfriend like raises an excellent couple of points and ends it with like, do you really want your kids going to Vietnam and getting shot? And the dad sits there and fucking thinks about it, and like it was just, man, I'm so blown away by the show. I don't remember it being like this. I remember it just being like about a kid growing up and like getting picked on and shit like that, which I identified with quite a bit because I got picked on constantly growing up. But yeah, man, there's a depth to the show that I did not expect. And it's all the show is also held up really well. Like the child acting. I think this is one of the first shows where child acting really started to kind of come into its own. And yeah, it's like amazingly watchable. I thought it was going to be like a lot of those shows from like the 80s are really not watchable. Just from like an acting and writing standpoint, like we were still not very good at making television shows and movies back then, and like it really shows sometimes. But this is not one of them, man. I'm absolutely shocked at how well it has held up. I'm tempted to like see if Azalea will watch it. I don't think that'll work. I think it's gonna be too dated for her. Like she when we watch older shows together, she's like, "What is this? This looks terrible." And I'm like, "Oh, well, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong." And like I remember that when I was growing up, like if the visual effects were like really really bad, like black and white shit, it was like I ain't watching this. This is too old. You know, there's that feeling when you're young of like old stuff is sort of irrelevant, I guess, or whatever. Which like I don't know. Kind of a shame, but I get it. But yeah, man, my God. Nice little surprise the other night. The reason I put it on is that we did Hulu for a month, and now I'm canceling it. And so I'm like bouncing. It's on Hulu, by the way. And so I'm bouncing around Hulu trying to find anything else that I can watch before it. When you cancel, they run you to the end of your billing cycle or whatever. So I'm just like looking for stuff to watch before my access goes away. I'm just trying to fix this BT 2.0 lead. You're not missing much. I'm doing it on the end of the table. The wires seem fine. I don't necessarily know why this AIO was recycling, was power cycling. I'm going to guess there's something going on in here, so let's take a look at that. I just had to fix these wires. They were getting all frayed and angry. Oh, shit. This is one of the ones that I like glued together. I E6000 together because I got frustrated with the with this shrink wrap constantly popping off of here. So this might be a bit of a disaster. CBD says Married with Children was the best. Yeah, I watched Married with Children more than I would like to admit growing up. What an awful, like rewatching it now, oh my God, just awful. Talk about like perpetuating horrible like family norms and family situations. Oh my God, brutal stuff. That show probably did more damage than most to society. Oh shit. This looks completely fine. I don't know what. I mean, this one. Well. Okay, so that could be it. This one pin is backed way the hell out. that could be the problem. So let me try to fix this. This might not be fixable, but let me at least try real quick. I gotta push this one pin forward, basically. It has backed out of the plastic plug header. So let's see here. I'm just gonna put the soldering iron on the back here and just push sort of straight down. Balls, I didn't want that to happen. But maybe that wire was a problem. All right, there it goes. Starting to go down. Shit, it's starting to go sideways though. I should have fucking known. When you get these pins hot, you really need to have another plug on the other side to make sure that the pins stay straight and they don't start to get all like wonky and shit. Hold on, I need to find a BT 2.0. Why do I not have a BT 2.0 just kind of sitting up here somewhere? Hold up. Walter says no, Bill Cosby. No, Bill Cosby's show was great. His conduct in life was the problem, but that didn't like scar anyone. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, it scarred the people that he was. You guys know what I mean. BT 2.0s, where are you? Why? I have no idea where my extra BT 2.0s are. I hope I have some. Oh, here's the double BT 2.0 leads. I need to grab one of these actually. All right. Come on. There we go. All right. Cool. Got one of those. What about regular BT 2.0 though? Where the hell are they? There's a chance I used them all. I hope not. None in here. What the hell? Bueller! Hey, I found some. All right. But I have not found, I need the battery side of a BT 2.0. What the hell? Where are they? Not in here. Oh, yeah, there's one. Ha ha! Just one though. Just one single. I guess it's the female BT 2.0. Guess that's what it is. There we go. Fan effing tastic. All right. Putting a couple of these things back here. Putting this here, this over here. That there. This here and that there. Yay! Wait. What? Where did it go? No! I put the BT 2.0s away. I need them. Where'd they go? It was... What? Oh, I put them up on the table. We're good. It's fine. Nobody panic. It's organic. Oh, hi, Teddy. Oh, that flipped over. That's not going well. Hi, little dog. You are a bad boy. You are covered in burrs, buddy. You are covered. Oh, you're a bad dog. You're a big, fat, bad dog. There he is. Oh, you stink, dude. Oh, you stink. Buddy. You smell bad. You smell bad, dude. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, God. All right, buddy. I can't believe you put up with that. I was sure he would just freak out and try to run away. Oh, man, he's a smelly boy. He's been outside getting all stankified. I can tell. All right, so I'm going to try to fix this guy here. It's probably screwed up because that one pin got all jacked up. But let's just try. Oh no, we're good. Okay, so I still do need to push that pin in though. So I need to apply heat and push down on this one pin. I'm assuming that was the problem. So let's see what we can do here. This is going to be a little bit difficult. It's not going to want to go in there now that it's got the plug on the bottom. So I might have to really push hard on this, but whatever. If I ruin it, I ruin it. All right, so let me actually just put a little bit of solder on this to transfer the heat a little bit quicker to the metal. Here we go! Come on. There we go. All right, let's see. Pushing down. Pushing down hard. Pushing down. Whoa! There it goes. Okay, that might have gone too far in there. Woo, boy. That went quick. I was pushing on that hard. Okay. Shit. I think I screwed it up. Let me look at it from the other side, though. Yep! That was definitely not super hot. I definitely did not just burn the shit out of myself. Walter has gone completely banana pants in the chat. He's gone completely off the rails. I'm okay with that. Sometimes you gotta just go bananas in the chat. Sometimes you gotta say so many things in the chat that the whole chat is just you saying things. Don't do it all the time, but, you know, every once in a while. It's all right. All right, let me put some of these extra BT 2.0s in here. Kit. And then I'm going to leave this one out because I think I'm going to need to use it because I'm pretty sure I just ruined that one. Okay. Should be cooled down enough. Yeah, now we're good. Let's see what I did here. Yeah, that went a little too far forward, didn't it? What if I wonder if I can just kind of push it back just a little bit. I don't necessarily want to push it back with heat. But I wonder if I can just brute force it back. It doesn't need to go very far. Let's see. Trying to be sort of gentle, but it's kind of tough, man. It's hard to like. Hard to deal with this, man. Jesus. Oh shit! That's not at all what I wanted to do. My fingers are like, oh, everything is so goddamn small with tiny whoops. I feel like a fucking monster. There we go. There, I got a good push on it. Oh, boy. Nah, man. That shit's fucked. That shit broken. Oh, well. Moving on. All right. This goes over here and gets a cool ice blue LED BT 2.0 at some point. This guy gets this, I think. Hold on. I might need to, I might want to shorten that. So with this, where are the battery leads? There are the battery leads. With this in here, the battery is going to sit back like this. Get these out of here. So here's how you get your battery wire lengths correct. Dry fit the AIO, dry fit the battery. Come on, you bastard. All right, because you want to see where the BT 2.0 lead is going to sit with the battery. Push it out just a little bit. And then run the leads the way that they're going to run. Right? So they're going to go up here, and then they're going to be like that. And then this guy's going to sit here, right? So don't plug it in because the leads will short. But just put it next to it like this. And then run the leads the way that they want to run. Put it next to it on the opposite side so that you get a little bit of extra length, right? So hold it there like that. And then you got your leads coming up here. And then you can... All right, so the leads are actually going to go through. Oh, let's take the AIO out. So the leads are actually going to go through here. This is where I like to route them through, right? So they're going to go through there. I'm going to put this BT 2.0 on the opposite side, right? And then the reason we cut these as short as possible is that they're heavy. So this is actually like, I know this seems kind of pedantic to do this, but it actually does make a difference. So there we go. So now we have the leads running exactly as they're going to. We've got the BT 2.0 on the opposite side, so we're giving a little bit of extra length there. And then the last thing you want to do is make sure the positive is going to the positive and the negative isn't going to the negative. And then in this case, they're not. They are reversed, but that's kind of okay because we're given a little bit of extra slack. Although you're going to cut one of them shorter than the other, so I'm actually going to fix that. Hold on. I'm going to fix the positive and the negative being reversed. There we go. Okay. So now they're running the way they're going to run. And I can just hold them up next to the pads and make sure that is just right. And we're just going to give a little bit of extra here. So let's cut this one right there. And then we're going to cut this one right there. And that's it. That's how you get them as short as you can, but not too short. The battery leads are heavy. It actually does make a weight difference. And see, we've got one that's a little bit shorter than the other. And that's what we want because that's going to have the cables laying nice and flat so that they don't get all jammed up against the battery. That's a real thing. All right, so let's strip a little bit of the insulation off here. All right, there's one. And here comes the other. And I'm just stripping off a tiny little bit because these are castellated pads on the side, and the PCB is pretty thin, so you don't need to take a whole bunch of the silicone insulation off. There's no reason for that. And actually, the less of the insulation you take off, the more stout this battery lead is going to be, because if you get the insulation right up against the PCB, it prevents the individual strands of wires from breaking right at that point. That's typically where your battery leads will break, is right against the PCB. And so yeah, only remove just enough of the silicone, and you'll get a stronger wire. Sometimes you got to come in with some flush cutters and just make love to it. Wait, no, that's a different live stream I do. All right, there we go. That's looking pretty good. I think that's just about right. So now we're going to tin these, and then we'll just zap them onto the board. Okay. And just let them hang over the edge of this little jib jab. Teddy, why are you up in my business tonight? What's your deal? Why are you so interested in what I'm doing all of a sudden? Hungry? It's always about food with you. Who else is building? What are you building? Hey. Looking good. Okay. So now we take the AIO and push it on in here. Get these castellated pads sticking up in a way that I can work with them. It's ground on the outside, voltage on the inside. Round is ground on BT 2.0. Also, white is ground. White is the opposite of black. That is your ground. Here we go. I'm going to do the positive first because it's on the inside, and I don't want to like cross over myself. Let's clean this massive blob of solder off the tip of this iron. What do you say? Yeah, it's looking good. Whoops. There we go. All right, hold on. Perfect reminder to add a little bit of flux. Yes, you can add flux to the wires themselves. It's actually really nice when you do that. All right, here we go again. It's going to happen quick now because it's got all this flux on it. There we go. All right, there's one. Here comes the other. Actually, I'm going to do this second one with a pair of tweezers. All right. Really push this AIO down into the stuff. When the wires are different lengths like this, it definitely makes it harder to get these on here, but it's worth it. Like, it's tougher in this moment right now, but like forever, this thing is going to be better. It's just better. so that did not, it's not quite on the pad enough. It's almost there, but I just want to get a little bit more contact here. Jesus Christ, come on, man. Be cool, man, be cool. Get in there. Stay in there. Yeah, now we're talking. Actually going to pick up a little bit of solder here. And, oh shit, you guys can't see. Sorry, fellas! Look at Logitech. It actually focused. I'll be goddamned. Alright, let's get the wire where we want it. Okay, now I'm going to pick up a little bit of solder on the tip of the iron. Great. And there we go. Still having a hard time getting this like into the little pocket. There it is. All right, now it's getting all kinds of ugly. What the hell's going on here? I think the flux is all gone. Hold on. I'm gonna rework this one more time because that ugly ass joint. I ain't down with ugly ass joints. Jesus. All right, hold on, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. There's a whole bunch of extra solder on here. Hold up. This is actually a situation where there's too much solder. So let's get the braid out here. And also known as solder wick. And we're just going to remove a little bit of this excess solder from this joint. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Solder is like all over this USB joint. There we go. I just removed a ton of solder from there. All right. Back at it. Here we go. Never give up. What's up, CMYK? How are you, dude? Zach's not building anything. He's painting the inside of... Oh, that's sweet. I never thought about doing that. Module 6 clear canopies. That's a fucking great idea. I love the way it looks to paint the inside of clear stuff. It's always such a cool look. All right. Let's get this guy in here. I think I might have also just not stripped off quite enough of the silicone. So let me just strip a tiny little bit more off here. There we go. All right, that's better. That's much better. I did not take much, but it's just enough. Okay. Fundamentals, flux. On the joint and on the wire. Just a little bit. Tweezers, hold the wire in place. we go. Make sure you're really holding it in place. You don't want to be trying to fix it with the tip of the soldering iron because you have to remove the tip of the soldering iron eventually. And when you remove it, the wire will move, and you don't want that. So make sure you really do have it in place. There we go. Pick up a little bit of solder on the tip of the iron. Great. Smack everything together. Now we're talking. There it is. Awesome. Much better. Okay, so now I like to take these leads and put a little bend in them because they're going rearwards. So just put a little bend as close to the board as you can. Don't push too hard. These castellated pads are nice and strong. If you're surface soldering this, you might not even want to do this at all because it's a great way to break a pad off. But just get a little bit of an angle in there so that it's facing rearwards like this. And you can see I actually still have too much ground wire. So yeah, that's bubbled out like that. I like it when these are dead even, but this will be fine. And now you get to test fit it to see if you fucked it all up. The most exciting moment of all. So if I pop this battery out, just dry fit this on in here. We don't need those rubber grommets yet. And then the first thing is, can you even get the battery in? So you kind of get the lead out of the way. That's just about right. Okay. Battery in. And now you get to see if you made it long enough. Perfect. That's exactly right. Just the right length. And we've got lights, which is a good thing. Lights rather than smoke is always nice. All right, so we're good. That's actually all we needed to do to this Hummingbird AIO. Now we just got to screw some stuff down. Scotty Scott's finishing up a Marmot and a Grinderino. Porky Chop is building an Air 75 from scratch, setting up Betaflight, about to solder motors. Can't wait to finally have a good 75mm in arsenal. Nice. That'll be awesome. Somebody had an Air 75 at Castle Crash. It was flying really good. Okay, grommets. This is NewBeeDrone. I might as well use NewBeeDrone grommets. What the hell? Should have a set in here. A little tiny selection of grommets in this guy. I don't have a set of NewBeeDrone grommets, but that doesn't matter. It's fine. These are Betaflight grommets. They will work. 1, 2, 3, and is there a fourth? There is indeed. Yeah, no, these are fine. Let's see how annoying these are to put into this quad. Maybe they're not too bad. Let's see. Shouldn't be that bad. It's kind of going through there. This is the quickest and best way I've found to do it. Round-tipped tweezers. Don't use sharp-tipped tweezers. You'll stab holes in the grommet, and then it won't be a grommet. It will just be a semi-donkey. Oh, yeah! These holes are slightly oversized, I think, which is really nice to get these things in here. And it's just about like putting it in at a 45-degree angle, and then you just put a little bit at a time. Just pinch and push. Pinch it, push as hard as you can, and then pinch it off. That's the key to taking a poop. The key to getting these things in here is to pinch and push. Put it up at like a 45-degree angle. Pinch and push. Pinch and push. Pinch and push. You kind of use your thumb on the bottom to make sure it doesn't fall out. And then just push. And there we go. We got them grommets in. Everything else is just going to plug in. So let's go here. And drop this guy down. I think everything plugs in on the top, right? Yep. Yep, everything plugs in on the top. Cool. So slam this down. There it is. Okay. And we're going with red. NewBeeDrone B. Actually, let's put a little 2.4 gig antenna on first. Oh, we got to put both antennas on, right? So the smaller IPEX is here for the 2.4 gig antenna, the ELRS antenna. That is this one. I am going to put a little tiny piece of shrimp wrap where the active element meets up with the regular part of the wire, because it tends to break there, which is super annoying. So just cut the tiniest little bit of the tiniest shrimp wrap that you've got, throw it on here, and get it into position, and then get your lighter on. There we go. That's going to be way more durable that way. Okay, so we've got that, and then for the video antenna, let's run a super lightweight one. We can sacrifice a little bit of video performance. Hey, there's a lightweight one I've just sitting around. And let's get it straightened out here. All right, cool. And then we are going to UFL it on up. There's the click. And there we go. There's both of our antennas. I'll run those both out the same hole in this goober canopy. So here's the goober canopy. It's got a big old hole in the back there. Actually, I'm going to run the 2.4 out one of these smaller holes on the top here. So let's pick run it through there. And then I'll pick like this farthest back one. Come on, meow. Are you saying meow? Am I saying meow? Do I look like a cat to you? Am I jumping around all nimbly-bimbly from tree to tree? Do you see me eating mice? Get out of there. Come on. All right, there we go. Got it. And let's rock this guy down here. And now these antennas are just kind of being a pain in the ass, but just be stubborn. There we go. All right, now we get the camera plugged in. All right, meow. See that license and registration? Shit. This camera plug is so small. There we go. All right. There it is. Hummingbird V3, almost all put together. Now I just need a couple of screws. And we'll be in business. I'm going to use these NewBeeDrone screws. The dog is behind me making some crazy noises. He's going in hard on his little chicken toy. He has learned that he can rip toys to shreds, and it's just crazy watching him just rip the insides out. Just like have such a good time tearing the intestines out of fake animals. Having fun, buddy? Eat those intestines. DemoFPV says, do you recommend the Hummingbird? No. Or is the Mobula 3 and Air 65 a better option? Yeah, don't get the Hummingbird. The Mobula 6 2024 and the Air 65 are amazing. There's no reason to get any other. I mean, if you can find an old school Mobula 6, you could make an argument for that because of the durability. But man, in terms of flight characteristics, the two new Biden flies are absolutely phenomenal. They are really, really, really good. I have this stuff. I have a whole bunch of this NewBeeDrone stuff just sitting here, and it's just dumb to have it just continue to sit here. So I decided to lay it all out, figure out what makes kind of sense for each different thing, and do a little bit of building. I have a feeling that I will put a few batteries through all this stuff and then throw it up on the Etsy store. So if you're looking for a CiottiFPV built and tuned rig, there'll be a couple of NewBeeDrones coming at you soon. All right. Canopy is lined up. Let's get it screwed on down. This is a NewBeeDrone Light AF frame in the white color. I did manage to break one of these in the white. I have not broken the one that I replaced it with, which is the more clear color. My hunch is going to be... It took a lot to break the white one, so I don't necessarily think that there's any real difference in strength between the white and the clearish one. What I can certainly say is for the love of God, do not buy the Light AF frame in black. I broke two of those black ones within like the first few batteries. I don't know what the hell happened, but when they put that... when they put whatever they put into the plastic to change it from clear to black, right? Plastic starts its life clear, and then if you want a color, you got to put like a pigment or something into it to create the color. Yeah, something about the process of changing that frame black really seems to have weakened it, or it was just a coincidence, but I doubt it. Because it happened on two, like back to back. And then the white one like lasted forever. So. Hey, look at that. Got a little bit of separation in those antennas. And there we go. A little Hummingbird. Let's plug these motors in. These are the NewBeeDrone 0702 29000s. They actually have great power. They're not the most efficient motors, but man, they I think they are significantly underrated. I think they're, even though they say 29,000, I'm pretty sure that they're closer to like 32 or 33. The problem, as with all of the non-happy model tiny whoop motors, is efficiency. Every single tiny whoop motor other than happy model is just significantly less efficient, even at the same power levels. It's pretty wild what happy model has been able to do with their motors. Alright. Motors are plugged in. What do I have this set up for? Props in? Yeah, props in. I'm going to keep these bi-blades on it because, again, these motors make mad jam. Well, maybe not. It would look really cool with... I'm going to put some red... Ooh, my back is... Oh, what's happening with my back? Hold on. What the fuck? When did this go out of focus? This is set to manual focus. Oh, I hope this hasn't been out of focus forever. Hang on, guys. I apologize. Since when is the focus set to auto? It's not supposed to be on auto! Auto! Alright, well... It's not working set to manual focus. They recently changed the software, and I guess they fucked it up again. Alright. I'm going to actually move this over to some fancy red props. Because it's got to look good, man. It has to look good. I'm going to move this over to HQ. Ultra light tri-blades. We've got a counterclockwise, another counterclockwise. Come on. Where are the ones that spin the other way? Dude, what? Where? How? Teddy's just going in on this toy, man. He's really getting aggressive with it. Although, Teddy's version of aggressive is like a cat. No, I shouldn't say that. When cats get aggressive, it's fucking scary. There we go. He's not. He's just the gentlest dog ever. Demo FPV says, I was watching your video when you upgraded the Mobula 6. Is that all you've done? Is that recommended upgrades? It's really, really good out of the box. But if you want to go down the rabbit hole with it, you can. You can go do this frame, do the light AF frame. And then do Gemfan 1219S propellers. And then if you really want to go in, the old school Mobula 6 canopy is awesome. And you can even switch to an old... you can leave the camera that... You can use the old school Mobula 6 canopy with the camera that it ships with. You're just going to have to get in there with a file. You'll see. It mounts up, but then the lens is a little bit too big for the opening, so you got to just file the canopy a little bit. It's super easy though, and yeah, that's what I would do. Those G-string style canopies offer little to no protection to the AIO itself in crashes, and this is a bunch of smart people in the Tiny Whoop community are realizing that that's why a lot of the AIOs are failing. The Mobula 6 canopy is nice and stiff, and it's gonna help with the durability of the AIO. So, all right, here we go. I think this might be pretty close to being ready to fly right out of the box here. Oh God! So that propeller just kind of fell on there. I don't get the feeling that this is going to want to stay on. Although, if I can't get the damn thing off, then I guess it will stay on. Man, it really felt like it went on with like no pressure, but for the life of me, I can't get it off, so it should be fine. Put this one on back here. Sometimes I can deal with how small this stuff is, but other times it's just like... Look at this thing. Red and white as hell. Come on, buddy. There we go. These NewBeeDrone motor shafts are a little bit thinner than Happy Model. I can say that with absolute certainty. Well, there it is. Let's weigh it. Doggy, I don't want all of your toys all the time, my friend. Sometimes I don't want any of your toys. Like right now. Don't look at me like that. What does that look supposed to mean? Alright, I'll do whatever you want. What do you want me to do? You just want to look at me? Am I that handsome, dog? The answer is no. This quad weighs 18.5 grams. Why is it so heavy? Oh, the Goober canopy. The Goober canopy is a fat bastard. It looks good, though. 18.5 grams. These motors are also heavy. Heavier than the Happy Model motors. AIO is nice and light. I'm glad I put the lightweight antennas on it. Shit. 18 grams, though. I mean, that's the target. 18 grams or below. I like to be 18.0, 18.1 kind of thing. But can't have it all the time. All right, let's plug it into Betaflight and see what's what. Yaktosun! I'm going to go to ESC configurator while I'm waiting for Betaflight. ESC configurator. Plugging in a battery. No smoke yet. It's a good sign. Read settings. Let's see what this thing is set up with out of the box. BlueJay 0.16. I have already been in here. The startup powers are maxed. This is, yeah, this is a flying AIO. That's awesome. 48K BlueJay 0.16. Fan-effing-tastic. Someday, Betaflight will open, and we can check what direction the motors are spinning. So I must have been using this AIO. I hope that it works. Motors, motor direction. The propellers are definitely off. Oh, the motors aren't spinning. Oh, I didn't click start and spin. Motor 1 is correct. Motor 2 is incorrect. Motor 3 is incorrect. That means motor 4 is going to be correct. Yeah, all right. So reverse 2, reverse 3. Let's check to make sure that worked. Motor 2 is now correct. Motor 3 is now correct. Happy days are here at last. Let's spin them all up and see what happens. They spin. Yay. Let's see if any of them are banged up. Nice and clean. Nice and clean. Nice and clean. Fantastic. 12 motor poles. Motor idle 7%. D-shot 300. All looking good. Let's unplug the battery. It is set up for props out, though. Let's reverse that and save and reboot. McMucus says, I've found those NewBeeDrone 802 25,000s to be way more durable than Happy Model 802s or even snowblowers for my 75mm builds. But soldering motor wires is lame. Agreed. Agreed. Kinetic says, any opinions on the new HQ props coming out with the new Mobula 6 HD0 AIO quads? They are very... the new HQ props are very low power. Too low power for me. But apparently they're also very lightweight. But yeah, the existing... They make less power than the existing HQ ultralight tri-blades. And the existing HQ ultralight tri-blades are already like already don't make quite enough power, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm not gonna make even less power. That would drive me nutso. Let's just adjust a couple of things here. What in the world? I did some weird shit to the tune on this. What was I doing? Motor output is 100%. That's great. Thrust linear is at 40%? Hell no. Oh, this might be stock tune stuff. No, my rates are in here. Huh. Whoa, a lot of filtering. Why is there so much filtering? Maybe I never changed it? Let's take a look at what gyro this thing has. Go into the CLI and you type status. RPM is off. Thank you, Brandon. Gyro is a BMI 270. That's why there was so much filtering. I really don't want to put this onto Betaflight 4.5. Bidirectional is on here. Where did you see that it was off? Oh, the switch is off. That's weird. What the hell's that about? Bring it down to 1. I'm going to pull this filtering back. I'm just going to try to fly it like this. I do need to move this max frequency up, though. Let's just see how it does with both of these sliders at 1.0. That's super weird that the gyro RPM filter was off. I don't know why the hell I would have done that. Okay. I'm assuming everything else is set up. Yeah, looks fine. I have a funny feeling that this AIO is not going to work. For the record. I feel like maybe this is the second AIO that blew up, and I saved it for some weird reason. I think we're not going to have video. But let's see. I'm going to be a little bit annoyed in a minute. Fair warning. Oh my god, we've got video! I'm not annoyed. Well, not yet. Let's see if it actually flies first. I think this is the wrong module. Let's swap them. Alright, hands down the coolest looking Tiny Whoop. They've got multicolored addressable LEDs in all 4 corners. Really, really cool little setup. Oh, maybe it's not bound. I wonder how you bind this thing. Let's find out. 1, 2, 3. All right, we'll try ELRS 2.5 first. Sending bind request. Let's see what happens. Nothing. Maybe it's ELRS 3.0. Let's give that a try. I might need to update this to 0.5. Kinetic says set up 2G4. Oh, there it goes. It didn't need to be bound. I was just impatient. Oh boy, doggy's freaking out. Oh man, it don't feel right. Maybe it's okay. Let's fly it properly. Ooh, look how low that camera angle is with the Goober canopy. Look at all that duct in view. Jeez. Set up by 2G4 with the newest Blue Jay firmware, but I can't change motor direction in Betaflight. Same thing on the old BLHeli S firmware. Any ideas? Just change the motor direction in Blue Jay. I know that's annoying, but I have one or two AIOs that, for absolutely no reason, I can't change the direction. It's super weird. Wow, this thing rips, actually. My God, it feels great. Let's go upstairs with it. Shit. Hey! Can't even make it up the stairs. Oh, never mind. Oh, boy. Family's asleep. Let's not go upstairs with it. Oh, God! Oh, boy. Gross. Let's just cruise around a little bit. You can see the OSD flickering a little bit. Chase it, Teddy. Chase it! Here's what I painted today. I did above this door. Oh, you can see it. You can see the line here. Dry paint versus new paint on the left. I did just the top of the door. And then down here, this part of the wall, all the way down. I'm meaning to do that for about a year and a half. Not bad, man. Jesus, it's eating that prop wash up. Oh boy. These are somewhat powerful motors and nice lightweight props, which is where the prop wash performance is probably coming from. Yo! This thing flies great. I'm shocked that it's 18.5 grams. It does not feel that heavy. So there's the runtime, 2 minutes and 40. I mean, not the worst, but the same setup, the same power to weight ratio setup with Happy Model motors would be at like an extra minute of runtime. So yeah, not crazy runtime, but not the worst. 2.5 minutes ain't bad. I mean, I used that battery to... Here, let's find another one. I was about to say, I used that battery to, like, spin the motors up and stuff, so it wasn't a fully charged battery, but pretty charged. I don't know if... Well, let's see. Let's see if we can get to 3 minutes with it. I'm flying it pretty hard. Buddy, what are you... No! Oh, you... bastard, you destroyed it. Oh, buddy. Well, here's the end of that. When I took off, this little plastic ball fell off the end of the table, and apparently Teddy took an interest in it. Here, go over there. Go play with that. Go play with your actual toys. Buddy, I just threw it. Get out of there. Get out of the garbage can. Kinetic says, what's the clicking noise in the background? That is a 2.5-year-old miniature schnauzer named Teddy Spaghetti. We named him that because he's got worms. Yeah. Just kidding. It's a Frasier joke. All right. Let's run another battery through this thing. See what's what. I'm blown away by the prop wash performance, though, to be honest with you. It ate every molecule of prop wash that I threw at it. Here we go. There he is. There's the clicking noise. 20 pounds of clicking and squeaking. 20 pounds of constant clicking and screaming. He like didn't expect it for a second there. Hey! Hey! Whoa! Uh-oh. Get out of there. Teddy's coming. Oh, he hit it. He hit it that time. That's right, buddy. Chase it. Don't run back to me. Get out of there. Teddy, get out of there, you bad. Get out. God, I wish you would chase it. I would get so good at flying backwards to frame him up chasing the tiny whoops. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Danger zone. Danger zone. Teddy. 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 Teddy! In your face! Yo, this thing flies great! Oh! Almost pulled that off. Woo! Jesus! These motors make power. Oh my God! The way his little face flattened out. You can't get it. Can't get it under there, little boy. Oh shit, he got it. Nope, no more. Come on, come and try. Go ahead, try to get it. You can't get it. You can't get it. Can't get it. Oh God. Oh! Those teeth. You little shit, you. Let me get the OSD up here. Make sure I don't run this battery down too far. Ooh, look at those LEDs on the ground. Whoa! That shit is bright. Hey! I'm getting all kinds of sloppy with that. Look at this fucking thing, man. What? Even with the little goober canopy. Hey! Buddy. Buddy boy. Well, look at us. We're hitting 3 minutes. What the hell? I mean, I guess I spent a bunch of time just, like, hovering under the bar cart and all, but still. Ah! 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 Oh! Coming in hot! I'm chasing! Get out of there! Oh! The camera's all wet! Ah! He ate it! He fucking... Shit! Oh, the canopy is soaked, buddy! Don't spit on the quads! What are you doing? It's way, way, way too much fun. Dude, what? This thing flies awesome. What the hell? I remember the Hummingbird flying good. I really do. And then it blew up when I was sad. But shit, man. This flies fantastic. How long it'll last, who the hell knows? But I think we're going to move on. What time is it? Oh, it's 11 o'clock. What the hell? I mean, nobody's awake, though. So, like, if I stop... Get out of there. Get out of that garbage can. If I stop streaming, I'm just going to do FPV stuff here. So, you know. Picked up a whole bunch of hair. Get out of there, Teddy! Get out of the garbage can. Get out of there. Get. Go play with the chicken. Good boy. Go get chicken. No. Go back and get chicken. No. Stop it. Get some chicken. Get you chicken. Get chicken. Look how delicious chicken is. Ah, go get him. That should be enough to keep him distracted. No. Oh, he is jacked up right now. This dog is on fire. I'll tell you what. This is the most inflexible animal I've ever experienced. When he rolls here, hold on. You should see. I don't know if I'll be able to get him, but if I could roll him over onto his back, he's like a fucking turtle. Like you get him onto his back and he's just like, I can't do anything. It's so insane. He's so stiff. I'm used to cats, which are like fucking liquid. Man, he is not liquid. Not liquid at all. Kinetic says it's not the dog. It starts when you start flying. Oh, it's the goggles. The thank you for the reminder. Actually, the goggle battery is going dead. HD0 chose that clicking sound to be their low battery warning. It's really odd. It's a very odd choice in low battery warning. I don't. I mean, I'll say this: it's a lot better than the beeping that Fat Shark goggles make when the battery's getting low. So, in that respect, huzzah, buddy! I swear to God, if you go back in that garbage can, I'm gonna put you outside and leave you there forever. Just Mo says, my dislike of smaller dogs becomes a lot less when I see Teddy. And then Cole Power says, eating the quad emboldened the Tedicius. The Tedicus. Dude! Hummingbird. CiottiFPV logo, red and white hummingbird. Great success. Great success! I'll be damned. I can't believe how good this thing flies. What the shit? Hold on. Let's do the important bit. And address the addressable LEDs. This ought to be fun. I deal with addressable LEDs like once every 2 years and just forget everything each time. But it's important, man. If you've got addressable LEDs, you got to address them, bitches. Where are they? LED strip. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's click on number 1. And let's turn off the Larson scanner, turn off the throttle modifier, and we're just going to set them to purple. Let's just set all 4 of them to purple. That'll look super cool. So when the thing is on, it'll be purple and red. That'll be pretty fun. Purple, off, purple. And then when I hit save, it should update. Yeah, there it goes. So there it is. Now it's all purpled out. We can do better than that, though. Let's make the ones in the rear red. So let's click this one, and we'll make it red. Let's see if that's the right one. Nope, that's the right front corner. That makes no sense. Make that one purple again. Let's try number 2. Make that one red. Nope, 2 is the left front. That's fine. Now we know which ones are which. So these 2 are going to be red. Cool. Now the rear is red. And I think I actually want this pink. I think the pink looks more purple than the purple. Let me see. No, it just looks pink. Let's go back to purple. There we go! Purple in the front, red in the back. What you know about that? What's the white look like? Ew! Looks terrible. Back to purple. There it is. Purple and red, friends. What do you think of that? What do I do now? Unplug it and put it on the shelf. That's what I do now. These props held on, too. I thought they were going to fly off. Okay. We built something. Look at this. This guy is next, I think. No. Hummingbird V2. It's an all Hummingbird party tonight. Oh, dog! Oh! Get over here! Get your beatings! Get over here and receive your beatings. Okay. Up next, we've got a Hummingbird V2, which I think I can just pick up out of this frame and drop into a different frame. So let's see. This might be the quickest build ever. We gonna unplug. Does anybody know anything about the Hummingbird V2? Is it any good? I don't even know if it's ELRS. I hope it is. Can somebody search NewBeeDrone's website for Hummingbird V2 and confirm that it's Express LRS? If it's not, this is kind of a waste of time. Look at these weird, tall... What'd they do that for? They got big, tall grommets on it. That's a interesting choice. We're going to be putting it into this frame. Right here. Let's do it. And I'm probably going to change the canopy color. Maybe I'll change it to purple. Do like a cool purple and blue thing. That'll be fun. Demo FPV says, did you do any upgrades to the Air 65? Justmo says, yes, it is. Thank you. I did not. In my opinion, the Air 65 is not... you shouldn't upgrade it. The motors are direct solder, which is a pain in the ass. So just leave them. And then the canopy is actually kind of durable. And I mean, those are really the main things. The camera is okay. I guess if you were going to upgrade something, I guess I would upgrade the camera. But yeah, to me, of the two new Tiny Whoops, if you want to do upgrades, buy the Mobula 6 2024. If you don't want to do upgrades, buy the Air 65. And yeah, that's sort of it. Which is nice. I actually like that's the situation, because it gives a very clear reason to buy one versus the other. And so yeah, it's fine. This is a very heavy canopy. Let's pull these. These are ASI props. They might break as I'm pulling them off. Oh my god. Which is such a shame, man. The ASI props perform so well, but man, they are just so fragile. Part of the reason they perform so well is because they're so fragile, because they're lightweight. Really nice to have the 1210s, the 1219Ss, and the HQ YOLOs. It's amazing to have durable, lightweight props. My god. All right. I don't know why I did that. You guys didn't need to watch me do that. Okay. Well, this is a Hummingbird V2 setup. I'm not going to do a goddamn thing to it. I'm thinking about changing these grommets. I don't understand why they've got such tall grommets on here. Where do they need the extra clearance? Yeah, I'm gonna take these grommets off and replace them with normal grommets because I want this canopy to sit down a little bit lower. Interesting choice. I also don't have many of these grommets. These are like slightly taller on one side, but like barely. These are going to come in really handy at some point. Guaranteed. So let's grab a set of Betaflight clears. And they should be fine. And then I do need to put a BT 2.0 onto this guy as well. It is currently on one of these gold-plated PH 2.0s, which are no good. So let's get the soldering iron back on. CMYK says, it's been that kind of stream. I just joined back. Nah, I'm just trying to do a bunch of stuff. Yo, what's up, Nightwing? How are you, dude? Nightwing says, what are your thoughts on the AIO 5? It seems insane. I can't wait to get my hands on one. I also still don't quite believe that it exists. Like, I still think that it's one big April Fool's gag against me. I just don't understand how the hell you can fit two 25 by 25 boards worth of chips onto one. It just doesn't make sense. So yeah, I won't believe it until I actually touch one. That's how impressed I am with the trickery that's been done to squeeze all those chips onto one board. To anybody that's kind of dense, I'm kidding. I obviously believe that it exists, but there's still a part of me that maybe thinks that this is the Truman Show. And you're all actors, but hey, that'd be kind of cool. I wouldn't be upset at all. All right, let's remove this gold-plated PH 2.0 and get a BT 2.0 on here. All right. Out with the old. And get your head out of there. Bad dog. Bad. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to measure this, even though on the big boy canopies, you can kind of just leave these full length and you'll be okay. But I'll do it the right way. Get out of there, Teddy! You spaghetti monster bastard. Keep your fat little miniature head out of there. That was a bit of a oxymoron. Oxymoron is not the right description of what that was. Although it sort of works a little bit. Maybe? No? Okay. All right, so flat part away. So here's going to be a little test fit. Push the battery as far forward as it'll go. Thread your wires up through where they're going to go. So when the dog yawns, he does what he just did. He goes like, oh, and it's absolutely hysterical. I don't know if he got that like from us or whatever, but like he's kind of always done it, and I love it more than most things on Earth. All right, there's that, and here comes this. Oh God, I've put these screws into this frame. What an idiot! Why did I do this? Silly thing to do. All right, there we go. There's one. Here comes two. Get out of there. And 3. Right now, I'm doing this left-handed, I'll have you know. Nightwing, what are you building? I know you building. You build mad things. What you building, bro? Hold on. I need to get these. I'm pretty sure that the ground is going to be on in the rear. So, did you hear it? There he is again. It's not me yawning. That's the dog. I swear. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. He yawns like a little tiny person. A little fuzzy person. There we go. Okay. And there it is. It's a lot harder because this canopy is on here, but logic will prevail. No, it's not logic. What is it? What's that quote from It's Always Sunny? Something will prevail. Order will prevail. No, that's not it. I forget what it is. Okay. There we go. Yeah, we can shorten these up a little bit. Get the battery lead roughly into position. Get these near the pads that they're going to be. And then just cut them a little bit shorter. 1. Get out of there, Teddy. I can hear you. I can hear you in there. Bad boy. There we go. All right, so I didn't cut jack shit off of here, but whatever. That was pretty. The current situation under the desk. He's just waiting. He's waiting, and he's now grumping. He's grumping that he's not allowed to eat the plastic ball anymore. Get out, dog. Don't go in there. No, stop grumping. You can look at me all you want. You stop grumping. You grumpy little bastard. Here we go. Oh, that was a fail. Oh, hold on. Sorry, guys. Oh, God. Smashing everything. Okay. Teddy, I hear you. I still hear you. Oh, my God. Oh, he's getting upset under there. Spaghetti Man. Stop. Oh, my God. What is happening? Why can't... There we go. Power and speed. All right. There's that. And here comes this one. Make sure I actually pinch this hard enough this time. Got it wrong again. Awesome. It is difficult to strip just a little bit of the silicone off. I will give myself a little bit of credit here. All right, there we go. That's all set. Let's get these two guys tinned, and then we'll blop them on down. Wasn't me. Teddy, go take a nap, dude. Look how comfy that couch is. I know my shins aren't on it for you to lean on, But, like, look at it over there. Look at that couch over there, buddy. It's just, it's dying for you to go and lay down on it and not make any noises. Asking for way too much, I know. Get out of here, little screws. JMPFPV says, nice, does it fly? Not yet. Working on it. It will. Well, in theory it will. It should. Hi, dog. Buddy, you're so tired. You're obviously so tired. Go lay down. It'll be so much fun. You can go lay down, and then, like, you'll be laying down. And then I'll be like, Teddy's a good boy. He's laying down. And everybody will applaud and cheer. You want to make the internet happy, don't you, buddy? Get a little more flux on here. 1 and 2. Go take a nap, doggy. Go ahead. Go ahead. You've had a big day of not paying rent. And it's time to just, you know, there's nothing quite like reasoning with a dog. Here we go. No. He's growling at it now. He's taking a new tact of growling at it. Ah! Tough life, doggy. Tough life. What'd you guys think of that castle crash edit from Saturday? With the Mobula 6 2024. Come on, meow! I just want to get this a little bit farther forward. There we go. Perfect. There it is. Yeah! This one came out better than the other one, actually. Every time I do one of these, it's like, oh, right, that's how to get it perfect. And then a couple months go by. And then I'm like, oh, right, that's how to get it perfect. And then a couple months go by. Yeah, it's good to go. No bridges, no bullshit. Get these folded back just a little bit. Awesome. Yep. All right, good deal. That's sitting really nice. The ground wire is, again, a little tiny bit too long. But whatever, man. Whatever, man. Where's that frame at? Here it is. All right. Now, I'm pretty sure that this AIO is not set up. So, I don't know if we're going to fly it. I might just get this piece together the rest of the way and let it be. And maybe we'll dive into... I at least want to get the Toothpick build started a little bit. Get out of there! Don't do it. Don't drive angry. Don't drive angry, doggy. Okay. Meteor 75 airframe, custom dyed by Jesse at tinywhoop.com. Oh, tell me this doesn't fit in this frame. No, it does. It does. We good. Amazing. All right. Good deal. Let's get this guy bolted down. First, though, let me see if there was a reason for them to use those tall grommets. Oh, wait, no. Oh, I kind of... Oh, man, changing this canopy out is going to be a bastard. Is it going to look that much cooler with purple? Yeah. Oh, boy, do I not want to change this canopy out. Ugh. Oh, I'm gonna have to take both of these apart. Oh, God. No. Not doing it. Not doing it. It's fine. The motors are black and the canopy is black. Done. I did this on purpose. That's how I wanted it to be. That was the idea from the start. Front screw, which the Goober canopy does not use. And here come the rest. Oh, fart. Get in there, little buddy. You're not too good for your home, are you? Come on. Come on. There we go. I am tempted to change this antenna out. But what I think I'm going to do instead is just mod this antenna with it like kind of still on here, basically. So if I pull this out a little bit, I should be able to get this rubber. They put this cool little rubber thing on, but rubber's heavy. And so I always end up removing it. I should be able to lightweightify this antenna. Although on a 75 millimeter, I'm actually going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. On a 75 millimeter build, you're going to be flying it outside. And so, yeah, I kind of want to have the ground plane on there. So I'll leave it. It's worth a little bit of extra weight to have more range for an outdoor-ish build. Know what I'm saying? But I am gonna remove this silly thing because it's rubber be heavy. All right, let's get this guy screwed in here. All right, that's the back one. Now we'll do the sides and throw some props on. I'll at least get the motor spinning the right. Well, we'll plug it into Betaflight and like see what version it is. It might be like a really old version of Betaflight. It could be like 4.2. Justin Bates says, what camera would you swap to for the Air 65? Runcam Nano 3 is discontinued, unavailable. CO3 is a half gram lighter than the Caddx Ant. Probably like the Tiny Whoop pinch cam, but like I use the Runcam Nano 3s on everything, so I'm not the best resource for camera suggestions on Tiny Whoops. Because for me, because I have a shitload of the Runcam Nano 3s, and it's so lightweight that like I would be silly I would be silly to run anything else. So yeah, I don't know. A lot of people like the Tiny Whoop pinch cam. I don't think it makes that much of a difference either. Like, once that camera signal gets sent to an analog VTX, it scummifies it. So it's kind of like whatever. Run whatever camera you've got in your in the extra. And if like you have a reason to order from an website that has an Tiny Whoop camera, yeah, just snag it and away you go. I will say that I really don't like the Caddx Ant, though. I will never run a Caddx Ant on an indoor Tiny Whoop. It just sucks when the when the light goes from bright to dark, which happens a lot when you're flying inside the house. So yeah, Caddx Ant is a definite no-go for me. Apparently they're great outside though, which I've yet to really test. But I don't know. Every single time somebody flies a tiny Loupe camera outside, they go, "Oh my god, it's so good outside." So you never know. I don't know. For me, like I kind of pick cameras just based on weight. So that's another way for you to kind of choose, because they're all going to look like scum anyway. So just figure out which one is the lightest. There you go. Let's get some. These are 1mm motor shafts. That means I can run the ultralight HQ biblades. This thing should actually perform pretty good. These are 802 25,000 kV Hummingbird motors. I might put this on. No! Please don't bark again, buddy. The whole house is trying to sleep. Good dog. Good dog. What up, Kevin? Yeah, right. Yeah, I had a bunch of stuff to do, and it's like, and everybody went to sleep on me here, so I was like, well, fuck, I might as well hang out with you guys. I was super excited to stream earlier, so that Maggie and I could hang at 10, but then she got tired and went to sleep at like 9:30. And so yeah, that idea went out the window. Ooh! I do have these custom dyed ones. They're kind of like a purpley. No. I'm going to put Gemfan 1610s on here, and I'll tell you why. These are 25,000 kV 802s, and the Gemfan 1210s are a little bit more pitchy than the HQ Ultralight biblades. And these motors can use that. These motors being only 25,000 kV can use that little bit of extra pitch. So yeah, away we go. It's going to take a little bit of a hit in response time, but that's I'm okay with that. Most of these are 1.5mm, but there is one set of 1mm in here. There's one. Nope. There's two. There's three. And I think I might have thrown the fourth one away. I think the fourth one got a little bit banged up. A little bit too banged up, I should say. 1.5. 1.5. Come on. Oh. Oh, no, there it is. Cool. All right. Got him. All right. So just throw these guys on, and like I said, I'm going to plug this into Betaflight, but I think it's going to need the entire flight controller setup, and I don't necessarily know if I have it in me to sit here and do an entire Betaflight setup right now. But we'll take a quick look. There it is. Hummingbird V2 converted over into a 75mm rig with Hummingbird V3 motors. That's kind of cool, isn't it? This camera keeps getting... I keep hitting this camera and pointing it where I don't want it to be pointed. Oh man, I've made quite the mess on this desk. Kevin Sumner's wife fell asleep on the other end of the couch. Let's see what this thing weighs. Just out of sheer curiosity. These 802s look kind of tanky. 24.1 grams, not bad. Wow. And that's with a heavy-ass goober canopy on it. Dude, 24.1, that's not bad for a 75mm rig. Shit. That's lighter than the Meteors. Damn. Okay. Nothing to be mad at there. Plug it into Betaflight and see what happens. Here he comes. Here comes trouble. Galloping across the floor. Hummingbird F4 V2, it says. Look at that. Ports. Wow, I've never seen only one UART. That's crazy looking. Wow. Super weird. So the VTX is external on this thing. So I don't know if it uses VTX tables or what the deal is there, but we'll find out in a second. 3.2 kilohertz, so it's a BMI 270. Change this over. Maximum arming angle is set. Okay, LED strip, OSD, air mode. Everything is good here. Save and reboot. All right. Nose down, nose up, roll left, roll right, yaw left, yaw right. Okay, that's all good. Power and battery, whatever, it's fine. Fail safe doesn't really matter, but whatever. What's up, 661? 661 says, just got here. Did you say 24 grams is light? Is a light 75? Are you kidding? Mine are 20.5 and 21.5 dry. It's great for you. I build heavier ones with bigger motors and more power. Presets, whatever. We don't need that. PID tuning. What's happening here? All right. Let's just adjust a couple things real quick. Turn T-Max back on. A little bit extra on pitch. Whoa, that master multiplier is high. Jesus. Let's just chill that out a little bit. 30 and 30. All right. Jitter reduction is a little low. Let me actually do a preset. Express LRS 250, and then we're gonna go HD freestyle. That's gonna add some. Smoothing, stick smoothing. This is on Betaflight 4.3.1. Look at that. Don't need any more presets. This is fine. Rates in here. It looks like this thing is somewhat set up, so let's give it a try here. If I have to go too far into this, though, I'm just gonna bail, and we're gonna take a look at that. We're gonna take a look at the toothpick that's gonna go to 2S. But just super quick like here. I'm going to add a bunch of gyro filtering because it is a BMI 270. I'm actually going to pull it all the way down to 1.0. One harmonic on the gyro RPM. Max frequency can come down a little bit here. And I'm going to kind of leave it here. This is probably over filtered, but it should be okay. Output limited is 100. That's looking all fine. Receiver tab. We're going to go to TAER. All right. All right. Add a little bit of deadband. Okay. Good to go. And modes tab. Let's get this set up right. Kill angle mode. Pull horizon up on that switch position. Beeper. We're going to put on aux 3 all the way down. Oh, look, LED low. That's fun. Huh. OSD disable. We're not going to run that. I don't think it has black box. Nope, no black box. Flip over after crash is going to be aux 3 in the middle. And then for funsies, we'll do launch control in the middle of aux 2. Save it. Good to go. Just for the sake of having a selectable OSD, let's do this real quick. Okay. Motors tab. Here's where the fun begins. I haven't even put power to this yet. Let's see if it explodes. Wish there was a smoke stopper for tiny whoops. It didn't explode, but it's also not powering on. Not a great sign. Although, maybe it's just not running the lights. Oh yeah, it's just not running the lights. Okay, that's weird. Motor direction, I understand the risks. Wizard, start and spin. Motor 1 is correct. Motor 2 is incorrect. That means number 3 is going to be incorrect, and number 4 is going to be right. Yep. Let's see if they will reverse. Please reverse. Yes, they reversed. Excellent. Stop motors, close. Let's fire them up here. Yep, everybody's making thrust. Let's check them individually. There's a huge delay, but the motors are fresh and not wobbly heaps of shite. Props in, props in, props in, props in. Great. Bidirectional D-shots on, 12 motor poles. Motor idle, I'll move it up to 6%. And save and reboot. Nah, analog. This is a Hummingbird V2 that I've reframed. Reconnect. I'm going to need to grab my... I'll do it now. No, that's Walk Snail OSD. Where's my analog OSD? There it is. Okay, so let's grab this. And we're going to put this into the CLI. Come on. OSD canvas width, OSD canvas height. That's fine. All right, save it. I don't need this. Well, I am going to leave this battery plugged in because I'm going to go to ESC configurator and see what's happening. Connects, read settings, and let's see what this is on. Hey, Blue Jay 0.16, 48K. 10 points. Medium, 125. 2 minutes. Break on stop. Right settings. All right. This thing might fly. You never know. No black box, tether along the sensors, LED strip, video transmitter. Let me check the OSD. Yeah. Battery voltage. Oh, wait, no, I don't want battery voltage. I have individual cell voltage turned on. Okay. Warnings on all 3. Great. Save it. We are ready to go. Wait, no, hold on. Let me fix the post-flight stats. Oh, come on now. The OSD is so glitchy sometimes. Come on back. There we go. Timer 1. Speed maximum, no. RSSI minimum, sure. G-force maximum, hell yeah. Black box usage, no. Black box number, no. Battery voltage minimum, that's a good one. Current battery voltage, that's another good one. Battery current draw maximum, that's a good one. MAH used, that's a good one. And ESC RPM maximum, that's another really good one. Save it. Let's see if it flies. This is certainly going to need to be bound. Wow, as soon as I unplug the USB, the addressable LEDs fired up. That's pretty cool. Oh no, I didn't address the addressable LEDs. What a missed opportunity. This frame is blue, so I'm going to make them all blue. They'll light this frame up like a goddamn Christmas tree. LED strip, and can I select all 4 of these? Hey, look at that. 1, 2, blue. Save. Fantastic. Disconnect. Oh! Hell yeah. Okay. I'm going to try plugging it and unplugging it 3 times, but let's get this transmitter ready. Yeah. All right. Let's see if this works. 1, 2, 3. Transmitter. Nope. Bind mode. Press to send, bind request. Yes. Where's the other module? I'm probably going to need the other module. Here it is, right in front of me. Yeah, no, it's not 3.0. It's 2.5. All right. In theory, it's still in bind mode. Come on. Come on, you little bastard. Bind up. Bind. Bind. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. Is there a bind button? There's a boot button. It is not bound. Let's power cycle it. Which never helps, but, you know. Turn things off and on again is a good place to start. Yeah, all right, so it's not 2.5. Let me just put the 3.0 module back in just to be sure. It might have bound and I just didn't notice it. While I'm waiting for that, let me see if there's a bind button on there somewhere. No. Doesn't look like there is. Oh boy, this might be annoying. How to bind Hummingbird V2. Power on the drone, push the bind button under the flight controller. It might be piggybacked off the boot button, or maybe there's a second button. There's not a second button. So in theory, the boot button will do it. Let's try it out. Boot button. There it goes. And it says that it's 2.5, but the 3.0 module is in here. So let's just hit the bind thing. Ooh, that was quick. That might be a good sign. Nah, it's 2.5. Here we go. We got it. We got this. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's going to be fine. Why is this module not turning on? Everything's not fine. Yep, there it goes. Here we go. Come on, you bastard. Work. Work. Try to hit that boot button again. Oh, there we go. That boot button didn't click. It just clicked that time. ELRS 2.5. Yeah, it should be ELRS 2.5. But it's not. What's happening, little fella? Let's try holding the bind button. That's always a winner. That's always filled with fail. Hold on. I'm going to have to do the juggling thing. All right. Hold that down. And plug the battery in. Release the boot button. It's probably in DFU mode now, but I mean, just for the sake of trying it. Hmm. Well, this is not encouraging. Can't get it into bind mode. Is the current issue. And I've got like 30 more seconds of patience for this. Hummingbird F4 V2. Yeah, no, this is the one. Okay. Well, let's try this. Let's try the CLI command. It probably won't work, but it's worth a shot. Come on. Come on, you bastard. There we go. Okay. So receivers tab is not going to have the bind button there. So let's go to the CLI. I forget what the command is. BND. Bind underscore RX. BND underscore RX. Fuck. Oh, wait, no, it was bind underscore RX. It just says not supported. Yeah, I'm using a 2.51 module, Brandon. This was a working rig, so it has been bound before. Serial UART. Hold on. Tell me if it's... Oh, it is SPI. Apparently it was not a working rig. SPI. Express LRS. Save and reboot. Alright. I don't know if that's going to fix the situation, but... It says right here that it's SPI ELRS receiver, so... It needs to be there. Oh, and now I have a bind receiver button. What? What world are we living in? Holy hell. Alright, well. Not gonna complain. Come on, you bastard. Bind! Bind! No, it's not binding. Oh my god! It bound! Happy days are here again. Cool. We good. It's set up TAER. It's doing that weird pop, drop in and drop out thing. I don't know why that happens. But I've got a couple rigs that do that, and I just ignore it and it goes away. Let's see if this thing flies through the sky like a little birdie and gets eaten by a little doggy. It beeps like a quad. That's good. This battery wire is trying to get into the motors and explode. That's less than good. Do we have video? We have video. Yo, this thing is blue with these 4 LEDs on it. It arms. I've got no OSD, though. That's odd. Oh, did you see the OSD just drug from the top to the bottom? So the PID loop is overactive. It is double... Wow, look at the OSD. What a mess. Ooh, the OSD is a disaster. Hold on. Let me make sure that it's not on PAL and it needs to be on NTSC or vice versa. Get in there. There we go. All right, let's see. Connect and OSD. And it's on auto. Maybe it's not happy being on auto, so I'm going to do NTSC. That's probably correct. All right, so the PID tune's a little overactive. It probably just needs a better filtering scheme. But that would mean putting it onto Betaflight 4.5, and I don't have the patience for that at the moment. So I'm going to actually remove some D-term filtering because if anything, it's probably over-filtered right now. And I'm going to back the master multiplier out a little bit. That'll get it. That'll get it under control. All right, disconnect. 661 says flies like a brick. I see. How can you tell that? I fucking line of sighted it for 4 seconds. But I mean, I guess anything compared to 20 gram 75 millimeter builds is going to fly like a brick, so that's fine. Oh. Do I have another battery? Do I have another goggle battery floating around here somewhere? Please. Please. Yes! Alright, so the OSD is a little bit better. It's still a glitchy mess, though. I guess that's a Hummingbird thing. I didn't realize that, but yeah, I guess all the Hummingbirds have mangled OSDs. Strange. I wonder why. The Acrobee boards don't have that problem. That's weird. The OSD goes away as soon as I arm it. I'm just gonna turn the OSD off. I have it on a switch. And I love flying with no OSD. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. We got something going on. Whoa, what is... who's unhappy here? These props are a little bit beat up. Let me make sure that they're not, like, over the edge in terms of being out of balance. No. Yeah, I'll just, I will need to put this onto 4.5 and do Brandon's magical, awesome filtering scheme for BMI 270s. Damn. This Meteor 75 airframe is something else. This flies really decent. Man, that fucking prop wash is nasty, though. So, like, for example, right, earlier on in the stream, I was mentioning how I really don't think that a PID tune is going to hold you back from doing anything. And, like, right now is a perfect example. This is a horrible PID tune. And yet, there's not a single thing that I've missed because of the PID tune. Dude, this thing rails. Holy hell, what? Look at this fucking thing. Look at those blue lights lighting up the frame and the ground. Look at the ground under it. Hold on. I need some, I desperately need some Throttle Expo. Man, do I need some Throttle Expo. What's my cruising throttle? 38, 37, 38. Let's call it 38. Alright, I'm going to add a bunch. And then... where's the midpoint? There it is. 51 down to 30. 8. There we go. That'll be better. I was looking at the throttle value, not where I was going. 36, 35, 37. I'm actually going to move it up to 40 because I'm flying really slow when it's at 38, so I need a little bit more. I need it to be a little bit higher, I should say. All right, that should be good. Come on. Whoa. Wow, that was weird. Hey. Where the hell? Oh, okay. Come on! Get out of there. That'll be it. Yeah, buddy. Alright. Look how bright these blue LEDs are. Holy shit, the blue LEDs are nuts. The coffee table power loop is just brutal. Whoa, okay. Hey! We're going corner to corner in this bitch. Here we go! Ah! No. Get out of there. You leave that Betaflight quad alone. Yeah! There it is. 2 minutes and 54. Not terrible. This flies really decent. Yeah, shit. These motors make good power. Fuck. Not an indoor quad, but we were shredding indoor. You know? Not bad. Damn. That is way more than I expected. I gotta put a little bit of, I'll do it real quick. Put a little bit of shrink wrap on the antenna to kind of protect it. Damn. Not bad, dude. NewBeeDrone motors make some fucking power. Alright. Let's do this super quick. Tiny little piece of shrimp wrap. And we're just going to put it right at the end. Right at the spot on the antenna that goes from non-active element to active element. And so just drop it over here. All right, there we go. And so, hold on, let me get the lighter out. All right, and so yeah, you just want to slide it over the black stuff just a little tiny bit, just enough. I'll just give you a little tiny bit of protection there. Otherwise, it'll kink at that joint, and you'll end up breaking the active element off. Damn, dude. Not terrible. Hummingbird V2. Shit. I'm, yeah, damn, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting less picky in my old age. Striker says, actually, for real, what quad was that? Seemed cool. It's a Hummingbird V2. Moved over into a 75mm frame. These Hummingbird 802 25,000s blast. I'm legitimately impressed with this thing. Huh. I'm gonna fly this thing outside. Shit. Take it on outside tomorrow, see what's what. 2 quads in one live stream. What a time to be alive. Look at these 2 things. Red and white, blue and black. Say what you may about the tenets of National Socialism. At least it's an ethos. Where can I put these that I'll remember to fly them tomorrow? Coffee table. Coffee table. All right. We're not going to do the work on this, but I think we're going to at least tear it apart. Although, man, there is not much work that needs to be done on this thing. This flies totally half decent as it sits, but it needs 2S. Toothpicks need 2S as far as I'm concerned. When they're on 1S, they don't have enough power to push an blade of grass out of the way. So every single time you crash, you have to go chase it down, which is just dumb. And it's a really good way to lose a rig. So yeah, homie, don't play that. We are going to put this onto 2S so that it has twice the chance of pushing an blade of grass out of the way when I crash it. And I'm going to do that in the simplest possible way. I don't even need to take these motors. I don't need to take this apart at all. All I need to do to this is swap the battery lead, and there's a chance I can do that with the canopy on. It's going to be a little rough, but I think I'm going to give it a try. What I do need to do is remove these little TPU battery holders because I'm going to swap them. And so let's do that real quick. All right, there's one. Here comes number 2. All right. And the ones that I'm going to put on, I have not cut the centers out, so I'll be able to run two individual 300 mAh batteries, and then I can use this little double BT 2.0 connector on this guy. All right. Isn't that cool? All right, so slide this little fucker on. Oh, that's right. When you the first time you put these on, it's a bit of a nightmare. Ooh. Yeah, I remember this being tough last time. Oh! Okay. Here comes the other one. I'll tell you what, they added big old chunks of carbon fiber at the ends and the front and the rear here that seemingly are only here to hold these TPU things on. I would much rather them have not had so much carbon here, but whatever. I guess it's also sort of part of the battery pad, so I don't know. But I feel like they could have made this frame quite a bit lighter. There we go. All right, cool. So now to run double 300 mAh batteries. Next up, we got to move this. We got to remove the regular BT 2.0 and put the double on. I am going to remove at least this one propeller to do that. Maybe. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Oh boy, that is on there. That is on there. It might have just budged though. No. Ooh, man. There we go. I got just a little bit in there. All you got to do is like get it started and then it's fine. I hate to spin the prop on the bell like that to get it started. That's a great way to slip the bell in the motor shaft, but sometimes like there's just no other option. All right, so now the not so much fun begins. Yeah, Brandon says these mosquito frames are solid. They really are. Like they are overly heavy for sure. But they're a non-removable arm frame, and so bravo. If the arms are not going to be removable, your frame better be stout as fuck because, yeah, replacing an entire frame An entire solid base plate frame for a broken arm sucks. It's just not how I want to spend my time. Especially because it takes a lot of time. Alright, we'll get some flux on here. Ground is on the outside. Hot is on the inside. Just like the other two AIOs we worked on tonight. On 2S, it will not matter that this frame is heavy. This thing will rail on these 1102s. I forgot to mention, this is a 2.5-inch toothpick frame, which I really like. The whole 3-inch toothpick thing is cool for like long range, I guess. But for freestyle and whatnot, man, that is an awful lot of float. Like, toothpicks are going to float a lot no matter what because they're outrageously light. Yeah, I think 2.5 is a much better idea. But that's just me. All right, let me get some fresh solder on these leads. They've very obviously got lead-free solder. You're not going to be able to see me doing this, but I'm just tinning, I'm just adding solder to these leads. Yeah, that's the stuff. All right, let's huff some more solder fumes. What do you say? What did I say? Ground was on the outside, right? Let me get a little bit more flux on here. I just want to, since I'm doing this in such like an awkward position, I don't want to be fucking around. So it's worth it to really flux the shit out of everything in that scenario. Just don't, like, it's gonna be a pain in the ass because I'm trying to do this with the canopy and the frame and some of the props on. Don't make it more of a pain in the ass by having like other shit in your way. You know what I mean? So like follow all your fundamentals when you're gonna do stuff like this, and then maybe you won't lose your mind and smash it into 1,000 pieces. You probably still will, but you give yourself a better chance of serenity now by following your fundamentals. Fundamentals! Alright, let's try this. I have a funny feeling this is going to be a goddamn nightmare, but I also think that these cables are going to be way too long. But they got to turn like 180 degrees, so I'm just going to leave them. It's fine. Dog just let out a sigh that would, I don't know. Teleport FPV says building a rocket ship tonight, I see. Yeah, I mean, if this thing doesn't immediately catch on fire, it's going to blast on 2S for sure. These motors are like 19,000 kV. I'm going to have to turn them way down. This thing made an okay amount of power on 1S with these motors. So yeah, this is going to be nutty. I need more of an angle in this wire here if I have any hope of pulling this off. Oh boy. I hate working on shit like this. I hate working on stuff when the canopy is on. But let's just see. The terrible tendency to like melt the canopy when I do this shit. I mean, that was okay. That was not great, but no, that's not good enough. Okay, I gotta hit this again, and I need to bring the soldering iron in from a better angle. Okay, let's see here. These are castellated pads, but I'm not getting it in the little pocket yet. There it is. I think I just touched the canopy with the soldering iron. No, I didn't. I'm good. I'm good. Oh, I totally got that. Okay, great. 1 out of 2 ain't bad. Let's see if I can get the second one. I need to put a really sharp angle on the wire. That's really the only way. Let's see if I can get this wire out of the way here. See if I can maybe show you guys what I'm doing. All right, here goes nothing. How do I get this threaded through there so that it's in the right spot? Come on, bastard. Oh, yeah. Yep. Get in there, you prick. Come on. No. Don't escape. Yeah. Come on. I need to grab the wire closer to the... Ah, fuck. Come on. Yeah. Blue wire, get the hell out of the way. Okay. Oh! There we go. Here we go. Quick. It's there. No, it's not there. Now it's there again. Here we go. Get in there. Get in there. Ah, shit. No, it's not going in. Hold on. That's what she said. Ah! Suck it, Trebek. Hell yeah. Didn't have to take shit apart. Ooh, and both solder joints look really decent. Hell yeah. All right. I do want to put a little bit more of an angle on both of these wires, though. They are just smashing into that bottom plate, which is not what you want. I need something to fish under here to pick these wires up a little bit. This will work. A little spudger will work. All right. Blue wire is good. Just got to get the white wire. Sorry, guys, I'm on the wrong camera. Okay. White wire. Oh, we're good. There's actually a little gap between it and the carbon. I'd love to add a little bit more, but we're actually okay. Oh, I see what's going on. There we go. Yeah, buddy. There it is. Perfect. Okay. Now is the real question. Are the cables long enough? They very well might not be long enough. Let's see. Is there a better way of plugging this in? Flat part up. Flat part this way. Let's try this. Oh man, when the batteries get all mangled at the ends, they become really hard to get through these TPU jibbo jabbos. Ah, shit balls. Well, come on, there it goes. Get in there. Yes. All right. There's one, and come on, get in there. I might change the camera and canopy on here. We'll see. I haven't really thought about that too much. Can you go through, please? There it is. All right, there's one, and here comes the other. Wait, hold on. Kind of just push the tip of the battery against the table to kind of flatten it back out. All right, flat part down. And oh yeah, it's way easier once there's one battery in it. And then there it is. Will these reach? Oh yeah, just barely too. Jeez. Oh my god, just fucking barely. Oh no, not quite enough. It's because it's got to make that sharp ass angle. Ah, we got it. Man, that's close. I guess I do technically have a short stopper for 2S, but what the hell? Let's just go for it. If it blows up, it blows up. Hold on. I guess I can probably push these batteries a little bit farther in, right? Because that's like really flexing the end of the cable. Wow, no, not really. I can't. There we go. Yeah, we got a little bit. We got a little bit there. Let's see what happens. Should be fine. It's rated to 2S. Ha! Look at that. All right. Well, I mean, I obviously can't fly this inside, so I'm just going to unplug it. Wow, dude, 3 rigs in one night. What the shit? I mean, it's been like 4.25 hours, but, you know. Oh, boy. This is, like, just long enough. What is this? Why won't this battery move forward anymore? Is it just, like, the tension of these TPU things? I guess it is. Yeah. Okay, yeah, they were fine. Damn, yo! 2S Toothpick! I'm gonna add a little throttle limit right now. Because if I forget to do that, this could be a very short-lived toothpick, 2S Toothpick. Dude, this thing is gonna rail. I have a funny feeling this is gonna be like bananas. I'm also curious what version AIO this is. Dave S says, just fly it carefully. You know how to fix drywall, right? I mean, technically, yes, but boy, do I hate fixing it. I'll put this up in the air outside like tomorrow or something. Show you guys some footage on Wednesday. Is probably how this will go down. Okay. Quick throttle limiting session here. So let's do 70. That's still going to be a ass load of power. But yeah, let's leave it there. And I'm going to back these PIDs off. I'm not going to need PID gains anywhere near this aggressive with this setup. Matter of fact, I'm going to move it all the way down to 1.1 and 1.4. And I bet you that has all the power in the world. Everything else looks okay. Oh, yeah, what is this? This is a... Oh, it's a Beebrain V4. Okay, cool. Well, that's perfect because the Beebrain... Oh, that's not perfect. Shit sticks. The Beebrain V4 doesn't like 2S. Damn it! We're gonna try it real quick. Because I think this was a giant waste of time. Shit! I forgot about that. Yeah, I've never been able to get the Beebrain V4 to work on 2S. I forget what it does. I think the motors just stutter. Fuck. Oh. Damn it. I mean, it's worth a quick try. I already did all that. Come on, man. Get in there, battery. There's one. And here comes the second one. Yeah, the V4 used to say it was 1S or 2S. And then I worked with Kelvin a bunch to try to figure out why the hell it wasn't working. I put one on the tiny lifters, on one of the tiny lifters, and we just could not figure it out. And then I think Kelvin went and just changed the description on the website. Okay, well, let's see here. Teddy, I'm going to need you to stand back for this one, my little fuzzy friend. Because this is not a quad you want to tangle with, buddy boy. I'm going to put it on the desk, which is a dumb idea. The motors are spinning. Oh. Oh my god, it hovers at like 1% throttle. The motors are unbelievably lazy. What is that about? That's odd. All right, so hold on. It's in turtle mode. Ah, it's on fire. Who's into that? All right, well. I guess it really is 1S. Fuck! Here's what I'll say about that. The V4 the V4 Acro B AIO is really heavy, and it has that crappy OSD problem, and so it's not like an AIO that I would really use anywhere. So if there was an AIO that was going to catch on fire, this is the perfect one to catch on fire. Damn, yo. I just watched it. I was just looking right at the AIO, and one of the FETs started to glow, and a little puff of smoke came out, and a little flame came out. Well, we tried. I went from having a 1S 2.5-inch toothpick to having no toothpicks. Oh, shit. I'm trying to see where it blew up. Might not have been a FET. I can't tell. Actually, kind of looks fine. But you don't get fire and smoke when it's fine. Oh, man. Ah, well. Couldn't have just left it alone. Couldn't have just left it and had 3 rigs, ultimate success tonight. What's this AO? This is another V4, so I couldn't have done it with this one anyway. This, I do have this AO. I think this is a V2. So apparently I don't have any extra V3s, which is a little scary because they don't make it anymore, and the tiny lifters need the V3. Let me see what this one is. Is this a V2? Let's plug this. I just have a naked Acro B. Oh, wow, that says Beebrain Pro. Oh my god. Betaflight firmware is not supported except for CLI mode. This is on either another firmware or it's so old that it won't even come up in Betaflight. I used to have some of the older firmwares, but I think I got the other firmwares, but I think I got rid of them. Oh, I still have EmuFlight. Maybe it's on EmuFlight. Let's see. Kevin Sumner says type status. You're right. You're right. You're right. That should work. I didn't think of that. What are you on, buddy? Wow, it doesn't tell me. Wow, it doesn't give me shit for info. It is an MPU 6000. Wow, it doesn't tell me a goddamn thing. Interesting. EmuFlight, are you fucking launching yet? There we go. Let's see if it's on EmuFlight. It is! No shit. Okay. What is it? It is a Beebrain Pro DSM. DSM US. It has an external receiver on it. I guess this is a version 1 Acro B? Hold on, let's see. Doesn't give me any extra info. This must be a version 1 Acro B. Beebrain Pro DSM US. From 2020. Huh. Look at this crazy shit. Alright. Well, let's do this. Auto detect. Let's see if it even finds it. Oh, wow, it does. Oh, right. NewBeeDrone needs specific hexes. Oh, boy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the hex for this. Huh. Beebrain Pro DSM_US. What the hell? How good are you, Google? Beebrain Pro hex. Brushed. Oh my god. 450 Beebrain BLV4 and 5. That ain't gonna do it. And more Beebrain HD. Nope. We're gonna have to go back here. We are gonna have to go back. 4.3.1. No. Oh man. Hey! 4.3.1 release candidate, Beebrain Pro. Huh. Targets include. Oh, right. This has a base hex files. Oh, I see. They have them in assets. Well, let's see if there's 4.4. Oh man, I'm getting more annoyed by the fact that I blew up that perfectly good V4. I swear they were 1 to 2S initially. I swear they were. All right, let's see. Beebrain Pro. Beebrain BL for brushless. I think it's this V1. HD brushed, BL for brushless, V4 Ghost, ELRS. Oh, I bet you it's this V1. Let me go back in here to the one that specifically calls out Beebrain Pro, and we'll take a look here. Beebrain BL V1. No, look at that. Pro. 4.3.1 Beebrain Pro. Oh, DSM, even better. It specifically says DSM in the thing. Interesting. I guess this is the one. Huh. Okay. Load local firmware. Downloads. This. Open. Flash it. Ignore the risk. It's fine. Yeah, like I said, it has an external receiver. I wonder if it's got DSM built in, but then there's a UART. Although there's nowhere for an internal antenna. So I wouldn't think that to be the case. Beebrain Pro. What the hell even is that? Beebrain V2? Is it a V2? Nope, that ain't it. It's done. Connect. Connect. Hey, look at that. The gyro doesn't work. No gyro. That is probably the wrong firmware. Then. Balls. Well. Oh, shit. I guess we just start going through the firmwares one by one. Oh, shit, man. This is sketchy to do this. I know what a version 3 looks like. It's not a version 3. Oh, shit. Hold on. I actually think it might be a version 2. I think it's a better chance that it's a version 2 than version 1. All right, hold on. Let's see what happens here. I guess I'll try V1. Thought I clicked V2. Apparently I didn't. There it goes. Now it's downloading. Let's see what happens. What the hell? Ugh! Shit. I wonder if this one's 2S. Probably not. Oh, man. Well, I can put another AIO into this mosquito frame. That'll kind of be cool. So yeah, this is fine. This on 1S I have no interest in. I flew it on 1S. It was a snooze. And so, you know, if I had to blow it up in order to justify putting it onto another AIO with 2S, so be it. I obviously would rather have not, but still. My mistake. Okay, let's see. Hey, that's a good sign. It sees that there's a gyro. Maybe it was V1. Oh, shit. Look at the big brain on Brad. It looks like it was V1. Okay, cool. I don't know how I would find out whether or not it's 1S or 2S, though. And because of that, I am just going to save it, maybe? Oh, hold on. There's silk screening on the board. Hold on. Revision D, 191201. What else do we have? BL for brushless. I think this is the V1. Because, like, if you were making a V1, you wouldn't, like, there's a chance that you wouldn't put V1 on it, right? Like, you would just make it. And then, like, V2, you're going to put V2 on it. But, yeah, I think this is the V1. Beebrain brushless V1. Cool. Let me do a real quick search. Beebrain brushless V1. Let's see if I can find it sort of anywhere. Oh, that's it. Oh my god, Weebleed? No way. My FPV store. Now we're talking. One of these will give me the info on it. Oh, there it is. Boy, oh boy, what a blast from the past. Let's see. 2S capable. Oh, damn. Turtle mode capable. Whoa. Diversity RF. Oh. It's an external. Yeah. I see it in there. 25 milliwatts, 100 milliwatts, 5 milliwatts. Look at this, man. Just got to put a little EP2 on it. Damn. What I'm actually going to do is hang on to this in case I need it for the tiny lifters. I am not going to cook another one of these things on 2S. That's silly. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to hang on to this. I'm going to desolder this... this silly little receiver. I bet you this is an FR Sky receiver. Oh no, there's no need to desolder that. I'm just going to put this in a goddamn box, and this is a backup tiny lifter AIO, I think. Yeah, there's no reason to do something with this. I have another V4 here that I will... This is going to be a thing. I'm going to figure out a set of motors to put on this little bastard. But yeah, this guy is gonna get a. This is gonna be an analog toothpick. I don't have an analog toothpick at the moment, and that's kind of insane. So this guy is gonna get a 1S. No, well, if I build it 1S and put different motor, well, these are 1102s. These are pretty big motors, but they're kind of low kV. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with this frame. I am going to be building a 3-inch toothpick with a walk snail light setup at some point here. This is going to be 2S. I'm going to run this on 2S. I'm going to find a 2S AIO for this. Does TuneRC have a 2S AIO with ELRS and VTX built in? I don't think they do. The 2S AIOs that I've been looking at are all VTX-less. It doesn't have to have motor plugs. I am down to direct solder motors onto this. What you got, TuneRC? You got anything good? What you got? Store AIO flight controller. So they've got 3, one of which is out of stock. 2S to 4S. We'll just look at each one of them. Doesn't look like there's a VTX or ELRS. Nope. All right. What about this one? Nope. No ELRS. No VTX. All right. What you got, Pyrodrone? Okay. What the hell? Where they at? What the fucking pop-ups, really? Okay. There it are. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Hey, look at that. Wow, it's like in stock. That's insane. What if I put that on it? No, 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 no. I want 2S, 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 2S. Is there a thing I can click on the left side to sort by 2S? No. Betaflight F722 AIO? No. 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 Sub 250 Red Fox? What? It's got an antenna. Huh. Oh no, 5 amp? No, 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 no. Nope. No, 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 no. 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 It's got motor plugs. And it's got, a UFL. ELRS. No VTX. Let's just make sure. Nothing there. What's the other side? No, nothing. Flywoo. Hey! 1 to 2S. 12 amp. Flywoo. Oh, $100. You. I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. It's got what I need, though. I'll think about it. So it does exist. Exactly what I'm looking for does exist. But man, $100 is steep. Anything else? Is there anything a little bit cheaper? What? 1 star. 1 review, 1 star. That's a little scary. Having on a crazy F405, 12 amp. I don't think this has VTX built in. Right? Antenna for either the VTX or ELRS. Yeah, no, it doesn't have one or the other. It doesn't have a VTX built in. JHE MCU, no. 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 Does Betaflight have anything? No. They have to. Surely Betaflight has something that's 2S. Crazy F411. What the hell is this? 2.4 gig. This doesn't have a VTX built in, right? It's got 1 plug for ELRS. 1 UFL rather for ELRS. Yeah, no. Jeez. The T motor is 1S only. That's right. I actually have one of these two. I forget which one I have. Betaflight Toothpick F4, 1S only, 5 amp. Here we go. 12 amp, 1S only. Oh, this is the yeah, this is the one that I'm using on the 2S rigs. That's right. Well, shit. Oh, they don't have VTXs built in. That's right. Of course. Yeah, no VTX. I mean, I could run an external VTX, but what a pain in the ass that is. How is the Darwin, what you got? There's one UFL. Just the one. What does it have? Is it the VTX or does it have the receiver? Why am I not seeing it? Am I blind? iPad. Whatever. No matter what, it does not have both ELRS and a VTX. Shitting hell, man. Look at that. 2G4's in stock, man. Come on now. How are there not a bunch of different AIOs for toothpicks? Is this real life? Aren't toothpicks supposed to be like really popular? Didn't Rugi make toothpicks like the most popular shit on earth? What's happening? Is this real life? How is this not a thing? Darwin, what's this? Nothing. I guess I'm just asking too much for ELRS and a VTX to be on board. Oh my god, why? Oh, hi Teddy, you're just sleeping there? Okay. What do you got, Betaflight? Tell me you have something. Come on now. 12 amp, 10 amp, ELRS, VTX, come on. I have a feeling I'm going to have to run an external VTX. Which seems insane, but here we are. Welcome to Earth. Yeah, no. We got nothing. We got nothing. Oh, well. Oh, well. I'll think about it. I'm going to have to either run an external VTX or an external receiver. Neither one of which is that big of a deal, but, I mean, still kind of annoying. Thanks for hanging for the longest live stream of all time, friends. Not even close. I did a 24-hour one. It was a nightmare. I'll never do it again. Ever, ever, ever. I did that when I was a young fella. I'm going to do something cool with this, though. I'm going to do something cool with this Mosquito 2.5-inch frame, and it's going to fucking rip. Just not tonight. I'm not going to do shit tonight. What'd you find, Kevin? Kevin found something on HGLRC. Yeah! Perfect. This is the one. Obviously. Obviously, this is the one that we have to get. Oh, wait. I have one right here. Maybe the problem is 1S. Maybe if I put that on 2S. You know, GetFPV got back to me, and they just refunded me for it, and they're like, don't even bother sending it back to us. So I kind of might as well put 2S through it. And there's actually a chance. There was another AIO that I remember, Quad 66. It was a 1 to 2S AIO, and I remember Quad 66 tested it, and he found that on 1S it didn't make like all the power that it should, but then you put it on 2S and it was totally fine. And so, like, literally, this is going to go in the garbage, so I might as well slap a set of 2S leads on it, and it'll either twitch and not work, or it'll probably catch on fire, or it'll magically work. So that's what I'm going to do. Not now. But at some point, I'm going to put the 2S leads on this, and we'll see what happens. Cool. That'll be fun. That'll be very fun. We have a plan, my friends. We have a plan. Be good, my friends. I will see you again on Wednesday at 10 p.m. CiottiFPV.com if you like these live streams and want to see them continue. I'm totally crowdfunded. Help me out. Join my Patreon. That helps me the most. Buy something from Etsy. I put a ton of new shit up there. Oh my god! There's also something new on the Teespring store. Hey, there it is in white, light blue, and black. The back is naked. If there's a t-shirt design, or if there's like an existing design that you want in a different format, like hoodie versus shirt versus long sleeve versus short sleeve or whatever, let me know and I can do it. Teespring makes it super, super, super easy to do that kind of stuff. So yeah, lots of fun stuff. Oh, and yeah, there's the oh right, yeah. So it's a hoodie, or a long sleeve, or a short sleeve. I didn't realize that they broke it out individually. And each one of them has a couple of different colors. So yeah, there you go. Lots of ways to support the madness. Thanks, friends. Be good. Here comes some more tiny whooping from Castle Crash with the 32,000 kV rig. See you Wednesday, friends. Bye-bye!